I'm ready, let's go.
Yeah, you're good.
Cool. So, welcome to the Lightning Village. I'm Andre, CTO and co-founder of ZBD. So it's awesome to have everyone here. With me is Santos, VP of Strategy at ZBD, working on many things across the board, including Nostr relays, which is what we're here to talk about. So a little bit of why we are talking about Nostr. I think it's a good sort of pretext to the conversation and hopefully a great workshop on how to set it up. So Fiatjaf, the creator of Nostr, has been working with us for the past 3+ years, and so we've watched that evolve quite a bit. It's always been something on the side, an open source project that we've supported him on, and then Santos and I have discussed with Fiatjaf countless ways to introduce Nostr into ZBD, but this was in 2021 and early 2022, and this just felt really far because Nostr was nothing, right? It didn't really have a network yet, there weren't that many clients, that many relays, but there was a growing community. And then, as we all know, late last year, Jack Dorsey got a whiff of Nostr and reached out to Fiatjaf and immediately donated $250,000 to him, a random NIM online, right? As Jack does, and that sort of exploded everything. The interest in the developer interest skyrocketed. I did a presentation a couple months ago at MIT that talked about what happens when protocols are, consumed by developers. Like the developer, if you look at GitHub stars, which is just one metric, it's a flawed metric at best, but it's just one metric. It literally skyrockets and becomes that hockey stick. And since then, Nostr has just been growing like crazy. One of the big things that happens is Nostr is a client and a server, right? Clients and relays network protocol, if you will. And people have to build relays and have to build clients. And so now there's a plethora of clients and a plethora of relays. But as that grows and as the network grows, there were a lot of issues and a lot of hiccups and a lot of things, such as spam, such as overusage of relays, such as DDoS attacks on relays, et cetera, that take the network down or take the specific relay down. So in early, when did we release paid relay? I forget. Oh, hold on.
I think sometime last year.
Yeah, it was
earlier this year.
I think it was maybe earlier this year, in January maybe. So there's quite a few relay implementations out there, Stir-Fry being now one of the fastest ones that uses LMDB behind the scenes. And then there's many others, but one that we became quite close with and pretty familiar with is Nostr. Nostr is an implementation in TypeScript, so it's very developer friendly, easy to read, easy to understand. It's very, it may not be the most performant if you're trying to build a massive enterprise software system on top of it, but it definitely scales quite well. And Kameri is the lead on that side. He's been a Nostr head since before it was cool. And so we teamed up with him and we introduced support for the Nostr relay operator to add ZBD to it. And by simply placing an API key, you can add effectively a paywall to that Nostr relay. And what that means is, at the very least, this is the first monetization scheme for Nostr relays, which is, you have to pay to subscribe to get it, right? And then I can post events to you, and I can fetch events. But until then, that's not something that you can do, and so you get blocked. So what happens nowadays is public relays have a bunch of junk these days because it's open. And you just put anything in there and fetch anything. They also tend to be less performant because there's a lot of people connected to them. And paid relays tend to be the slightly more performant, the better, because there's a return to the relay operator, right? Remember, this is a decentralized network that everyone's just doing this altruistically. They have to have incentives to participate. And so I just wanted to give that context. This is why we're going to walk through setting up a Nostr relay with the ZBD API. Hopefully it all goes to plan. Like I said, I wrote this guide months ago. It was the very first. Kameri set up the very first, and then I set up the second paid relay. And then it has exploded. There's plenty of other providers, plenty of other relay operators, and relay types that have flourished. So if you care to follow along on computer or not, but if you are, you can head over to zbd.dev That's our entry point for everything. ZBD API, guides, knowledge base, API reference, everything. We're going to go in depth on this. Santos is going to show it off later today. But if you just scroll down on the homepage, there's a Nostr relay setup, and that's kind of the full guide. So we're going to walk through all this. It looks like a lot. It may be quite a few things, but hopefully I'll be able to walk everyone through it. And it'll be conversational, so stop me and ask questions, I guess. I don't know. This is super chill. Santos, anything on your side you want to?
Yeah, if anyone needs help, just raise your hand. I'll go over there and I'll try my best to help you out.
There we go. You're right, I can hear myself.
What?
It's echoing 10 seconds later, by the way. We'll continue, but anyways. So we'll get started. Basically, a Nostr relay is nothing more than a server. It's just a server in the cloud that's reachable and accessible from the internet. So there's a few parts to this guide. So we have to set up a virtual machine, a VPS, a server, whatever you want to call it, in whatever infrastructure provider you want. If you're an AWS person, by all means, I just stood up some random DigitalOcean droplet here to make things easy. We're going to install I'll walk through this. We're going to install some things. We're going to install Docker to be running the instance of Nostr. We're going to set up Nginx, which is a reverse proxy. And then we're going to point our DNS domain. So, I'm setting up tab.zbd.ai to be the relay URL so others can connect to. We're going to walk through getting a ZBD account. Santos can set anyone up with an account. We have codes to get you passed quickly into a live project, and then we'll get that API key, and then we'll finally set up Nostr, right? We're going to try and speed through this so that it's not very boring, but I think everyone's excited. And then we'll just do some settings. At the very end, hopefully, we'll get to the bottom with Nostr being payments provider ZBD, pay to relay enabled, and then we can test the connection to the relay. We can even get any clients that people have on their phones and connect to that relay, and then we can give it a try. Cool. Questions? We're gonna bring this live. All right. Yuri, is there do you have a thing by any chance? No, right?
Yeah, everything.
You have a thing. It's just hard to type with the. Any questions before we start? No? Cool. So I cheated a little bit. Oh, it's really small. What if I make it like that? Oh, it's not great either.
Pretty good.
Yeah, but it gets cut off. So what I'll do is I'll do that. Perfect. Oh, thank you very much. No, Santos has a mic too, but you can do one typing for now. It's fine. Oh, like that? Whatever. I just want to be able to talk with you. No? Okay. Cool. So, I've got my DigitalOcean instance set up here. It's a normal instance, nothing crazy, just a server. And I just booted up, right? So basically you just update dependencies to make sure that your Ubuntu server is well connected and sorry, your dependencies are not vulnerable or anything. We're installing a few packages here. So Node.js, we need it because we're using NPM for a couple of things. Nginx is our reverse proxy. I'll walk through that. Certbot is how we get SSL certificates. And then this is just a utility that connects the SSL certificate to Nginx. Also, it is not advised to run things in root, right? So I would highly recommend, and I think Nostr actually disables this. It doesn't allow you to run this on root. So create a Nostr user group and etc. And then just change your shell to Nostr. So this is where I stopped, and here we are. So we're going to set up Docker. Docker is used to set up Nostr. It's the easiest way to set it up. You can set it up in other ways, but you can. And to install Docker, I'm just going to get its. Here we go. We're doing it live. This incident will be reported. Can anyone help me with the sudoers, Stefano?
Do sudo sudo.
Why do I have to do,
Switch user.
see what I mean?
Yeah.
But how do I edit to sudoers? Come on stage.
I need to ask the people.
Come on stage. Add me to sudoers, please. Everyone, Stefano, Senior DevOps Engineer at ZBD. Oh, well. I mean,
I meant it.
That's
ChatGPT would probably know too.
You want to ask them?
No, go ahead, you do this.
All right. Stand by. If anybody knows it quickly, please jump in.
Anybody?
User add, tag G, doors.
There you go.
There you go.
User add.
Sounds right.
Where it's at. User add.
Tag G,
BG.
yeah,
Yeah.
doors,
Sudoers.
alright, and then your username.
Nostream. Enter.
I think so.
But you've got to be, yeah, you've got to be.
We're really starting on the right foot here.
Do you have the,
Let's look at the guy. Maybe we.
No, the guy doesn't. No, the guy doesn't show this.
do you have the studio account?
Is that a bunker?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
It is. I just need to add it to. I've added the group, but I haven't added it to sudoers. Stefano, the sudoers file here. Yeah, come back. Take over. Add me to the sudoers file. Oh, user mod. Type it again. User mod. AG.
This on the last stream, man.
Sudo. It's so good to do a lot.
I think you have to be. Yeah, you've got to be as a. All right. Do you know
Do you
how
need to go back to
how
root?
exit? Yeah.
Go back to root. Close. Go back to root.
Yeah.
Go back to root. Type root.
Ele tá rodando no digital hoje.
This is what happens when you don't prepare for shit.
Ele tá. A 28 tá de
What was
preparo.
the user add?
User mod.
User mod.
Dash A.
This way.
No, G. No, capital G. A G.
Yep.
Sudo. Nostream. Space. Nostream.
There
Okay.
you go.
Let's try again. Okay, thanks everyone. Andre, you're so
Programming.
wonderful.
Alright.
Okay, please work now. Let's see. So we're back to the relay. And it works. Okay, we're off to the races. Thanks everyone. So I just created a folder for key rings. The reason for that is I need to fetch the latest key for Docker's signing. So I'm just going to go ahead and fetch that, and then I need to set proper permissions so that I can use it to fetch a signed version of Docker. I'm not really going into all the detail in these scripts. Feel free to do so. But here's where I'm installing it, right? So I'm installing the Docker C, the Docker CLI, and the Docker Compose plugin. And then hopefully this takes no time because the internet here is wonderful. And it's all, okay, maybe it's not so bad. Great, so let's jump ahead while this works. Docker version is the next thing. Yeah, let's go ahead.
So if we're not using Docker, we just have a bare metal machine, just set up all PC in the house. We just jump directly where you install Docker, correct?
Yeah, basically, yeah. So it needs to be a reachable, so unless you're running your relay locally and you're only going to connect from that local network, it really needs to be reachable, right? So if you're outside of that local network, you wouldn't be able to connect to it. So it has to be somewhere where, so if you have like a private DNS or, I don't know your setup at home, but yeah, it could be done. But it's the easiest way is just to do it. So while we wait for that, there's many ways to set up Nostream, and so it supports all these NIPs and so on and so forth, but the best way is Docker and Docker Compose, but you can run like npm start on it. There's just quite a few things you need to set up, like Postgres and etc. So I would recommend. Cool, so I think we're almost done here. So Nostream is Canary/Nostream. So there we go. So now we're back to here. Let's make sure that we got Docker installed, and voila, we got Docker. Awesome. So in the beginning, as I mentioned up here, we installed Nginx, right? Nginx is a reverse proxy, so I'm going to be able to run Nostr on, like, say, port 3000 or something, and then I'm going to reverse proxy that to port 443 on the outside, on the ingress, because I want it to be SSL, right? So it's port 443. If it's HTTP, no SSL, then it's going to be port 8080 or port 80 or whatever. But I've already installed Nginx, so I'm going to set it up, right? So if Nginx sets things up, I believe it's etc. So if I go to etc Nginx, we see a couple of files. Specifically, there's two folders you want to see: is sites enabled and sites available. So sites enabled is just, it's a symlink to sites available, actually, I believe. Yeah, so there's a default file. The way you want to set it up is you actually want to create a new file and do a proper setup of Nginx. That's not how I set it up, because we're doing it the quick way, the way to just get it working. So I'm actually going to do something that you shouldn't do, but I'm going to remove the entire available file, the default file. Here we go. Great, and then I'm going to create a new one. So I'm going to sudo nano this file, and then I'm going to paste this very basic. Again, like, this is not ready for you to go wide and accept countless clients or users, etc. This is the basic setup. So we're going to copy this, and what this is doing is just a basic Nginx setup with a server and a server name. We're going to edit this URL. That's the URL of my relay. And we're going to make sure that the relay is running on port 8008. So what that means is this is going to proxy port 8008 to port 80. So we're going to copy that, and we're going to paste it, we're going to save it. Actually, we're going to change it because I already have my domain. So I set it up, and I'll walk through that after, but I set it up to tab.zbd.ai, right? That's going to be our relay. So now that I've changed this, Nginx requires a restart because I changed the default configuration the improper way. If I did it the proper way, and by adding new configurations to new sites, you wouldn't have to restart it, I believe. But so we're going to restart the service, and now that's done, right? So now I actually could connect to my domain, but let's make sure that this is working. So in your domain provider, one of them that I use is Namecheap. So I have ZBD.ai, and I'm mapping the you guys see? All right. I'm mapping the tab, right? So tab.zbd.ai will map to this IP address, right? So if anyone accesses this IP address, so looking good, thank you. Yeah, appreciate it. Checks out, yeah. I'm glad it works. I'm glad it's making sense. So, let's give it a try. What I'm going to try and do now is, if I go to that IP address, which is, I should see an Nginx bad gateway, right? Boom. So, yay, we have something going on here. Now, what we need to do is connect, where is it? Too many tabs. We need to connect an SSL certificate, right? Why do we need SSL? Is because the only way to run anything, the most basic security level online, is to be at HTTPS. And so we need to do that, and we use certbot. We installed certbot before. We need certbot, and certbot is a tool that, it's a company, nonprofit. I don't know what certbot is. Let's Encrypt, sorry, is the company. But I don't think it's a paid. It's a utility company, I guess, right?
Yeah, I think nonprofit.
Nonprofit, maybe, yeah. And they have this utility called certbot, and you pass which server reverse proxy you're using. So if you're using Apache, if you're using Nginx, there's quite a handful of them. And then you pass a domain, right? And our domain is going to be tab.zbd.ai. So we're going to copy that over, and we're going to say tab.zbd.ai. And this is going to try and reach the server and issue an SSL cert, and then we're going to edit our stuff, hopefully. So we're going to say, what's your email? If you want information, read the terms of service, I agree, and I don't want to share any information. Right? Fingers crossed. Please work, please work, please work. Hey, successfully received the certificate. And so that means that we now have PEM keys and PEM files that allow us to accept SSL and HTTPS, right? So let's go back to, where is it? Hold on. Well, let's go. We'll come back to the SSL setup. It's after actually. So I've mapped the DNS and we've done this part. So let's go into ZBD account. Santos, do you want to chat a little bit about the ZBD developer dashboard?
Yeah, definitely. So the developer dashboard, we have an invite code for you. Just raise your hand and I'll go around and provide that code. Essentially what you're going to do with the developer dashboard is you're going to sign up with your invite code. You'll head to your wallet, create a charge, or you actually don't even need to create a charge for this tutorial. So you can then head over to your projects on the developer dashboard. From there, create a new project. Once you have a project created, you'll be able to click on a tab called API key. That's what Andre was just showing with the guide. And you'll be able to copy your API key from there, which we'll use in the tutorial.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm gonna log out here and log into a different account. I really should have done this outside of the.
You want me to screen share on a setting?
Yeah. Do you want to screen share?
Yeah.
For a second. Yeah. Go ahead. You can touch it.
I need to grab a.
It's fine. Just give me 1 second while I log in. So the ZBD developer dashboard is at dashboard.zbd.io. You can just sign up. It's you know, if you've ever worked with anything like Stripe, it's meant to be like this. I'm logging in. If you've ever worked with anything like you know, I don't like the term PayPal, but PayPal API or a Stripe API or something like that, you go to stripe.com, you sign up, you get an account, and you get an API key, and you're off to the races. ZBD is effectively that for Lightning. So we make it incredibly easy for you to just sign up and get started. I'm just logging into a specific account here that I can create a new project for us. So Santos has, so let's call this TABConf and TABConf, and we'll get an API key. Great, and create accounts. Cool, so if I share, thanks for bearing with me.
Did you disconnect the HDMI?
Yeah, sorry. Had to be done. OPSEC and security and all that stuff, you know. Great, so this is the dashboard, and it may be a little bit hard to see there, but do you want to?
Yeah, one important thing to note is you'll want to click live in the top right too. So you'll switch to live, and that will be the way that you'll get your production API key. So then you'll click on the API tab. You'll notice that Andre is on the project's main navigation like sidebar. You'll click on the API tab, and then you'll be able to grab your API key there. And that's actually all you really need to get started and plug this in. And even look at ZBD Dev, like Andre was mentioning, you fire API calls.
Yeah, we've got in-depth, so if you scroll down here on the left side, we've got the Learn section of Developer Dev Dashboard. So it literally walks you through how to create accounts, how to complete profiles, create projects, differences between sandbox projects and API and live projects, you know, and a ton more stuff. So check out ZBD.dev for more information there. So that being said, we have a new project called TABConf, and it's 0 sats. It's got nothing here. And again, ZBD has a pretty robust sandbox environment, so you can come in and not use real Bitcoin, real sats, and start testing, developing, doing whatever. And then, you know, we even let you top up fake sats. Don't worry, this is not real. You know, top up, whatever, voila, you get money out of thin air. Is this an ICO? Let's go to live. Let's get an API key, and that's it. Like this is it. So let's go back to the guide, and this is just walking us through how to set up an account, create a project, and then copy the key. Right. This is what we're at right now. Let's go into the meat of it, Nostr. So we're already on the Nostr user. This was the whole hiccup that we had in the beginning. So we're going to clone the Nostr. So we're going to go back to our root. I'm going to create a folder called tab. And then inside tab, I'm going to clone the Nostr repo. It's a public repo, so it's, you know, you don't need any keys or anything like that. in order to run this and properly, like I'm going to need to create sessions, right? So there's many ways to create sessions. Like I can run Nostr as a service, a background service, and then I can attach to it and get access to it, logs and things like that. In this case, I'm using something called Tmux. I feel like a bunch of people are probably familiar with Tmux. It just kind of like starts an instance here, right? And I can detach from it, and then I can have multiple windows, and I can attach to them. So that's all. It's just a window, whatever. So we're going to create a local environment, local.env file. This file is for us to create a secret. The secret for Nostr is something that we use in order to, Nostr creates a public Nostr profile for your relay. The reason for that is it actually sends automatic DMs to people that log in. So after you successfully get into the relay sends you a DM on Nostr saying like, welcome, here's the information, right? And so it needs a profile. And in order to create a profile, we need to give it a secret, right? So otherwise everyone creates the same profile. And then we need to put the ZBD API key. So we create a file and we're gonna edit it, and I'm gonna add these two things here. Our API key we know, let's go back and get it. And it is right here. So let's copy that. And let's paste that in here. And then our secret is just any, hash. I believe it's any 120-bit random hash. So we're gonna do a Google for Google random. Cool, whatever, this one. There we go. And I'm gonna save it. Cool, we have a local setup. And then this is something we may need to do. Hopefully we won't. Did you have to do this?
Yeah, I had to do that.
Okay, that sucks.
No, oh yeah, I know which location
Yeah, okay. So this is something that needs to be edited. So Nostr, we just fetched Nostr, so let me show what that looks like. So we have a Nostr folder. So we're gonna log into that. SH into CG into that, and I just like Tmux.
You're doing this as root. Is that gonna mess you up?
Oh shit. Wasn't I doing this all as Nostr the whole time? What happened?
So you can change it.
But it might stop it. Yeah, you're right. Let's try it. Let's see.
You can change ownership.
But it can change ownership right now?
Yeah, what does it need to change?
Let's try it. Let's just try it.
Yeah, I would say just keep going.
Yeah, let's try it. But we may fix that issue. So I'm going to edit the Docker Compose file. And the reason for that is I need to tell, you see how it's expecting like the secret here? And there's this ZBD API key. I need to tell it to just fetch from here, right? Like I just created this local env file. Santos, what line do I put this on?
Scroll up a bit.
Oh, up?
Yeah, it's like high.
It's at the top?
It is under Nostr, if I'm not mistaken.
So it's on the same level as environment.
Yeah, that's correct.
Why is it so different?
Oh yeah, you'll want to put the dash.
Yeah, it's YAML.
Yeah, I forget it says YAML.
Yeah.
2 in? 2 in, right?
Yeah, 2 in.
Cool.
See there.
1, cool. I don't know, we'll give it a try. I remember this being really annoying. If anything, we can just pass the proper values directly here, I think, yeah. We can just try to pass them here. Cool. So, let's give it a try. We're about to start our Nostr relay. Fingers crossed. Well, I think you're about to be right, but... Stefano?
Nostr providing.
Yeah. No, it's because I'm running root, remember? This is the beginning of the thing. How do I switch to...
So just exit, type exit.
But I...
That's okay. You're gonna go back to,
No, now I just closed my Tmux.
you're in Tmux, okay.
So
You wanna log
now I'm in
in?
Nostr.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll do Tmux here. That should work, right? And then we go to tab. Where am I? What? Where is it? Is it because I fetched in root? Andre. Sorry everyone. Doing this live.
Docker compose file.
Yeah, you're probably right. Let's just do it like that. It's, again, ugly. You shouldn't do that like that because it's insecure. You're probably going to push this to some repo. So we'll cd into Nostr and we'll nano on the Docker compose YAML file. And we're going to edit our secret to be so we're just getting that hash again, putting that in, and then we're going to scroll down to ZBD, which is down here. Now we're going to put our API key, and our API key should be this one. Right? Yeah. That looks awfully like the first one, right? Didn't it?
This is why you copy multiple
Oh,
files.
8.4. Wow. I just copied two things that begin in 8.4. And they are different. Cool. Look at that.
There's message.
What are the odds? Cool, so let's try to start it. Please, please, please. Cool, all right, so what's happening right now is Docker Compose has started. It recognizes that some things are missing in the script, Docker Compose file, as they should. The rest got picked up, and now Docker Compose is just spinning up all the containers. So it's actually spinning up it's downloading, right, fetching the images and spinning up the instances. So it's fetching. We got the Nostr package. Let's look at the GitHub thing so we can see what instances are being. All right. So Docker Compose. Here we go. So we have got the DB. We've got a Postgres instance. We've got the Nostr TypeScript server. We've got a Redis cache, which is used for memory cache. We've got the migration scripts for the Postgres instance, and that's it, right? So those are the four things running. Hopefully this ends quickly, and we can see Nostr working. At this point, we are basically going to just make sure that it is running. We're going to turn it off, and we're going to edit our YAML file for the settings. The reason for that is it actually creates the YAML file when you first start the server. You could copy and paste a YAML file yourself, but it automatically creates one for us. So you stop the server and you restart it. And yeah, we're going to set up our URL, tab.zbd, any description. We can add your own pub key if you want people to know that you are the owner of this relay. And then we're going to scroll down to the payment section. We're going to define an amount that people need to pay to get into a relay. 100 sats, 1 million sats. If you put 1 million sats, no one's going to go to your relay though. And then, yeah, and then we're going to hopefully, that's the very end. Oh, look at that. So, Nostr is running. You see that it's running v125.2. These are the nibs implemented. Pay to relay is disabled, right? And that's what I meant. So this is using default settings. We have yet to enable the payment piece. So we're going to actually stop it. All the containers have stopped. And we're going to edit our, where does it live? Settings.yaml file. Santos, where does it live?
I think it's on the, should be in there.
I think it's inside Nostr, not local.
There you go.
In fact, I remember this is sad.
Andre, if we have the developer dashboard with ZBD, is there like a particular cloud service or offering that we can find that you would recommend or that works best?
Honestly, if you're not super comfortable, I would say DigitalOcean, Linode, and things like that are great because it's just easy. I imagine Heroku also does this. I don't know if it's perfect, but if you're pretty in depth, I would just go AWS.
And connect right to the dashboard. That's
You don't need to connect it to the dashboard at all, right? You just need the API key that we got here. So the only thing that we're getting from ZBD is the API key, and this key basically gives me a programmatic Lightning wallet that I can do anything with. I can pay, I can request, I can do all of it, right? So we're putting that power into Nostr. And so Nostr is going to have like an interface that says you want to post something, you got to pay, and then we pay for it, and then your posting is going to come through. Yeah. So there's no reliance or dependence. You can use any VPS provider, whatever you want. Cool. So let's just quickly edit the settings file. Again, we have tab.zbd.ai. We're coming to the end here, and I really hope it all works. Tab.zbd.ai. We're just going to say that this is a Nostr relay at TABConf. Say for TABConf. What do you like, Josh?
It just says written in TypeScript.
Yeah, that's
It's like it's a boast or something.
yeah. It's like I wrote it in TypeScript.
Just
Yeah,
FYI.
I did it.
I don't want to put a pub key in here, whatever. So we're going to enable ZBD in payments, and we're going to, oh, that's a problem. Why is it already enabled? 1, 2, 3, so we're setting 1,000 sats here, 1,000,000 millisats, and that should be working. Let's try it, hold on. What do we need to edit? So we added the information. Then we have changed this to true and true. It was already true. With a specific amount, we're setting it to 1,000 sats. You can actually whitelist any pub keys, so you should probably whitelist your own pub key so that you don't have to pay for it, or anyone's pub keys. Under payment processors, we have ZBD, and we need to edit the callback URL. The reason for this is whenever you receive a payment, Nostr needs to be told, like, hey, someone paid this, so let them in. So we need to give this callback URL. So we're going to, it's /callbacks/ZBD. So we're going to go ahead and edit ours to be, what is it? tab.zbd.ai, right? /callbacks/ZBD. And I believe the last thing we need to edit is the minimum. I don't remember this part, but let's look at it. Pub key min. Doing this live. I don't know what I'm looking for. Let's just see what else is there. Oh, here we go. Whitelists are here. Subscriptions, rate limits. This is super in-depth settings, right? You can really make it your own. I don't think we need to edit anything else. Let's save it, and then hopefully we restart the server. We have payment, fingers crossed, and it should work, right? Who thinks it's gonna work?
Gotta work.
I don't know. I don't know. We've hit a couple of roadblocks already.
Can we just like go to our dominance and like do that?
Yeah, you should, yeah, that's the point. You should be able to do it, but it's not running yet. Like,
Okay.
Redis is running, DB is running, where's our Nostr instance? And is it gonna say that, oh, why is it disabled? So pay to relay is still disabled. Let's understand more. Santos, you've set this up more recently than I did. Let me see if,
It should be in the settings file. Yeah,
I edited the wrong,
I was gonna say, look,
that was,
YAML.
yeah,
Yeah, there you go. Admission.
sorry about that. There's two, I need to talk to Mary, that's confusing as hell. tab.zbd.ai, whatever, I'm gonna replace
And it's
this.
true.
Yeah, I need to set that, there you go, this is gonna work now.
Oh, you need to set admission to enable to true as well.
Yeah. So this is true, and let's make it a fun amount. Cool. And here it's tab.zbd.ai. Okay, let's hope that this is it. Let's scroll through just to make sure that there's nothing else.
Looks good.
You have to whitelist a pub key.
No. We need to whitelist pub key. I think we're good. Min balance, here we go. We do need to edit this. Change limits of end pub key min balance to the amounts you were charging for admission to the relay. I love how I wrote this. I don't even know what it is. Cool. Let's Let's go with that. I think that may be it. And we go back. Please, 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 fingers crossed. Pray to the live coding gods that it all works. And come on. Did we do it? Did we do it? Hey, let's go. Okay, I mean, we spun it up. I don't know if it works, right? So great, pay to relay enabled, payments provider ZBD. Let's try connectivity. Let's head over to the WebSocket to King. It's just a random WebSocket client. You can use anything. Let's connect to WSS. tab.zbd.ai. It may not work. Oh,
It works?
Yeah, it worked.
oh yes, I'm so good. Okay, so then who's got a client that they want to try and connect to? So if we go to tab.zbd.ai, we should land on our admission fee. Yay. So I actually have the ZBD browser extension here. As you know, ZBD has a full Nostr client on the app. If anyone wants to get access to that, reach out to Santos. He can let you in. We should be removing waitlists in the coming weeks and let the entire world in. We also have the browser extension, which allows you to log into any Nostr experience, right? So what that means is automatically this website has already picked up my Nostr pub key because my extension was like, yeah, that's fine, you can look at my pub key. So this is my actual real pub key. I'm going to go ahead and agree to the terms of service. You can actually change your terms of service if you want to in your relay settings, right? This is your stuff. It's not ZBD stuff. And then we're going to go ahead and click to pay for that. This is going to add my pub key to the list of pub keys that are allowed to post here. So I'm going to click pay, and does anyone want to pay 13.37 sats for me? Or am I going to have to pay as well? Oh,
Should have set the price.
tough crowd here. Tough crowd.
Bear market.
Will the extension do it?
Oh, thank you. You're so smart, man.
It's too far.
Oh, hey, whoever did it, thank you very much. Payment succeeded. So I may now connect to tab.zbd.ai, and I'm not going to get rejected when I post or send events to it, right? If anyone has a card you want to connect to it, or does anyone want to connect to with a client of theirs? I know Santos, you have one. But, does it work?
It says it's got a question mark next to it though.
What,
I haven't paid anything yet.
Oh, you gotta sign up for the relay first.
I could go pay.
no, so if you click, what client are you using?
Dom.
Right, so I think if you click on it, it will take you to the website that you
I think
pay.
I just did.
You just did it?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh yeah, look at that. Ladies and gentlemen, we succeeded in setting up a paid Nostr relay. Again, the guide is right here. It's, like you said, it's in depth, you all saw it. We're happy to help. We have a dev Discord that allows anyone to come in and ask questions. Santos is there all the time, I'm there quite often. So feel free to chime in. Questions?
Does it do recurring payments?
Yeah, so if you didn't notice, if you, by the way, on Tmux, if you want to exit detach from the window without removing it, it's Control B and then D. So it's still running, right? If you look at the, so if I create a new, what's it called? So if you look at the settings file, I didn't kill it.
You
No.
didn't kill it, it's still running?
Yeah. So if you look at the settings file, we have admission here. So it's the only mechanism so far implemented, but if you go to the other file that I erroneously tried to edit, you can see that there was, I don't know if Camari is still trying to do it, or if anyone is trying to pick it up, but as you can see, there's a fee schedule change here, and that changes to being admission is one type, and then publication is something else. So the idea here is the relay would sort of have a tally of yours. So you come in, it's like an arcade. You come in, you put $10, and then you can do whatever. And it shouldn't cost much to post. That's not the idea. It's just you have now an incentive to not spam and screw the relay, because I can just take your money and then ban you, and then in the end, right? It doesn't matter. So, but it's early to say that it works, right? Publication. This is the very first monetization way in a relay, but I think there was someone testing with this, so could be cool.
Hey, so what's the recommended like cap? Is there a cap? You think of like users on your relay and stuff, or?
So it's purely dependent. So the current clients are not incredibly optimized for connecting to a ton of relays. So a lot of them just connect to the relays and fetch everything from a whole bunch of relays. And kind of, you know, one thing that we've done, tried to do differently at ZBD, for example, is we really look into doing things the proper Nostr way. So you know how everyone is sharing nib5s, right? And it's like Andre at ZBD.gg or whatever. That nib5 only points to your npub. There's such a thing as an end profile. An end profile includes things like your home relay, right? So if I am not connected to UCAR in any way, but I come across your post, I shouldn't have, like, how does ZBD or any client know where your posts are, right? So I look into your event, that's your end profile, and I'm able to see your home relays. I connect to that home relay and I ask for pub keys from that relay. Can you repeat the question? Yes. So there is no specific limit apart from the server bandwidth and the server specs and everything. If you, yeah, and technically Nostr is, I don't believe it's multi-faceted. Like you can't run yet multiple instances of it to load balance and things like that. Like at scale, like for us, our nostr.zbd.gg is running like multiple instances of stir-fry, and it's like load balance and stuff. So, and we can spin up more instances as the demand is there. So that's really it, and then data storage, right? At the end of the day, a relay is storing event data, and the more you have to store, the more it costs,
It's
etc.
like good for like communities, like to spin up their own.
Yeah, it could be used for anything, to be honest, and you can scale this pretty wide. It's just there is no. The software doesn't imply a cap, if you will. It's more like the resources that you're putting towards the server.
So you kind of scale vertically then.
For Nostr, you can only scale vertically
So
for
is
now.
the messaging in TCP sections or is it UDP?
So, can you repeat that?
I was asking, it's like TCP or UDP?
For Nostr?
Yeah.
Or, yeah, it's TCP. It's all.
Okay, so the OS has a restriction as to how many active.
Correct. Yes, that is a. Yeah, there's still all the network level restrictions are still there, right? So if your bandwidth is not up to par, if you're like ingress, egress, all that. This is why I say if you're doing enterprise things or you kind of run with hundreds of thousands of users and clients, then I would recommend potentially looking at something like stir-fry, which allows you to split multiple instances and load balance things further. It's very, very robust and performant. Yeah.
Cool. Big round of applause for Andre. Live coding. I can't believe it worked. Let's go.
So I can do this again now. I wrote this so long ago and it still works. I'm amazed. So yeah, check out ZBD.dev. We've got a bunch more of these knowledge-based articles, how to set up, receive and send Bitcoin, Lightning address things, load testing, etc., etc. Santos, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this was an awesome session. Thank you very much, Andre. This is actually how I set up my own first relay. I followed this guide step by step, and this would be a great hackathon project if you're just dabbling with code or command line or new to coding. Fantastic way to get started, get your hands dirty, and work through the guide. Yeah. So thank you very much, Andre.
Yeah, I'm going to leave the relay up the entirety of the conference if you want to be cool and tell people to connect to tab.zbd.ai. I promise to send the sats to TABConf or something. So.
Oh, that would be a cool idea for next year. Official conference relay.
Yeah.
Now we have it.
Nice. Thanks everyone. Appreciate it. I can't believe that one's
All right, so we'll pick up here in 15 minutes for the next talk.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's a few steps, but it's yeah. Doug, bro. I rebooted, turned this on and off. Kill it. It worked yesterday. Resolution docs, routes. The problem is without DNS, it was playing. So yeah, and we're going to so I'm running into you. Yeah. You're from let's see. Yeah. Use the resolution. So now we kind of neighbor. From a prior CIM. So we are still playing. We don't have desert, so we're receiving all resolving DNS. No result for that. Yeah, definitely do it. Yeah, nothing has changed. That's why I was like, yeah, and I just grabbed Stu gave me the latest VPN config just in case that was off, but like it worked yesterday.
Nice to meet you.
Not on this, no. And I turned off Tailscan, but that had never caused a problem either.
Nice. I'm connected.
This is just my hotspot. I tried moving.
Okay, so I need to partner with WavLake.
Yeah, we'll look at it like
Basically, the DID.
so
The DIDs make it unique for each service
No,
provider.
cool. I think I'll just like stand and do it.
Unique.
Yeah.
You can have multiple accounts.
Yeah.
That's your here.
Yeah.
But I got like a whole new password.
Yeah.
so do run something like
I
that.
can always do
Okay.
something later.
The user doesn't, their experience is
big.
much okay. Yeah, where it's like 30 on your.
Oh, they are. Okay. So maybe we like go to lunch now.
Everything, all you need to know
Okay.
is just a nice simple.
That's a good one. The first thing.
The DID.
Can't edit it.
Yeah. Wipe this side out, it's gone.
The
Rebels without a cut.
I have to contact all the relays. Hey, can you,
Like I said, yesterday this was back in February.
I only have 15 relays. I have.
How far are you from like? Is this all production ready?
Yeah, there's a term called technology readiness.
Yeah. So details changed.
I got some stuff.
Yeah.
Some
So
TRL stuff.
yeah. So VPN switches.
TRL 9 is, I mean, you got hundreds of millions.
Yeah.
You're right there.
I've
Is there
got
anything you need
things
to
that TRL
How do you
settings?
Well, yeah. So
TRL.
This looks just like my one.
Doing
Yeah,
all
I'll do
dev
this.
stuff, you're doing more TRL stuff.
So this is what we're
Oh, okay, all right.
Oh,
What's your
Yeah.
doc?
Yeah. So,
Tell me your doc.
I have a white paper that will be done in the back.
yeah. I was looking
I
at
got like,
And
I got pages and change clients into,
One, 172?
and then, page entry and file and solve. Then there's guts in the middle.
Right, which-
If you want.
Yeah, it would be a little bit over my pay grade,
Yeah.
but I do enjoy,
Yeah.
I read a ton of papers and I'm like, this part I don't get.
I would almost say try
So I'd love to.
Commandos.
Okay, so there's.
Oh, I already did turn.
Yeah, do you have?
I did a cold,
Yeah,
I did a warm and then I did a cold.
You know,
And I thought suddenly it worked, but then I realized, oh no, it just wasn't fully compatible. So yeah.
What about your, do you know where they keep the VPN files?
Oh, I
wherever you put it.
assigned it.
Yeah, it's
so
wherever
I-
you
did it?
And I just grabbed the latest from Stu.
Dude, there's something, if you can't talk to the DNS server, let's see.
I'm talking. I'm
Yeah,
good.
you guys are talking.
Yeah, yeah,
to the
it's
DNS
something.
server.
Yeah,
No,
it's- yeah.
it's like I'm not
can't access
getting.
it.
Yeah. And was I terminated and nobody told me?
Yeah.
No.
Other than I shouldn't have been able to log.
Speaking of,
No.
see that medium right? You
Good.
took over?
Yeah. The executioner.
I'm getting, apparently somehow the state is wrong, so I'm getting employee terminations from the state of Ohio. They think ZBD is getting in my house.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, I got an employee.
Yeah, like accidentally sent.
Oh, yeah, no, I scanned them all and then sent them to Travis.
Please. Can you connect to the VPN? And I just want to see that, what it looks like. Because that's like the only thing that I can even think of right now. I know all the little Windows tricks.
Yeah, no, exactly. I don't know my Mac tricks. That's the problem.
How do I get a ZBD
Banner?
Who do I have to intimidate? Or go to the Dropbox account?
Yeah, there you go. Banner for what?
Dude, I don't know how do you edit your relays in Primal?
You don't.
And
Don't use
yeah.
How does it work then? This technology is too advanced for me.
Hey, you guys have AOL around here?
Here's what I don't understand though.
Did you were you able to connect to the tablet?
So if I post,
Oh, dude.
I post to all the relays I have access to, but I can't just target one relay.
I think you have to remove all the other videos.
Oh, that's too much work.
Is it more work than
If anything was done, it is.
selecting a set of
It would be
relays
cool to
that-
have like, what if we hosted a premium relay, just us three privately? Yeah,
Yeah,
not privately,
yeah.
but we would just host it out in the cloud.
Yeah.
That
And
would
then
be
it's like,
preferred,
hey, you
because I
gotta
don't
pay
want
like $1 million sats to join this, and
Yeah.
then that's like the elite.
Hold it in our escrow account.
Yeah, I can't imagine he was playing with it yesterday, so
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure as of like last
That would be,
night,
that's like my first.
No, nothing. So it was kind of like, oh, I just wondered whether like he got a mess copy.
All right, here's what I missed. Remember updates. You said you also have this post-print work.
Yeah, it's consistent regardless. So I don't think because the hotel Wi-Fi, I just assumed, oh, maybe it's dropping packets.
Are you on a hotspot right now?
Yeah, I'm on the hotspot.
I want to build Farmville on
The fact that
Nostr.
I route
You know how to do it?
side,
Yeah,
fine.
I did it.
So did you get the
So, yeah, as soon as I went and paid, I got the little thing.
I just
turn off the,
But did you use this? Your pub
It's
key?
actually not a bad idea.
yeah, go to, yeah.
Use this pub key right here?
I copied this
Yeah.
straight into the invoice.
It should work now.
But you didn't mess with that.
well, unless just eliminate loss.
Dude, that's like in 20 minutes.
It's right here.
Well, I'm just trying to
Walk to my car.
Yeah?
instantaneously.
Andre said we can get it.
So just one because this
Oh, it's available now?
He said,
And you tried pinging.
Oh, yeah.
You tried pinging 8888.
Oh, can you?
You can.
Hell no.
You tried pinging 8888. Oh, yeah, you can.
I'm not doing that shit. I don't want to get in trouble.
I tried to ask John for it.
it's just the Nostr.
Because when you create an account, that's what I was. Yeah,
I know, yeah.
they have. Yeah. And you're only ever connected to the ZBD relay. Yeah. But if we can get our private key, then we can use Domus and private.
It actually might be encrypted.
I would hope so. If it's data at
I'm
rest.
sorry, it is encrypted. I turned on encryption on both. You know, I said, let me just say yes. Let me set true on those. You're like, I'm gonna make
To be honest, or half.
I don't want to re-in.
It's still. They still got this.
I think it's straightforward. You don't like it?
No, it's buggy. I've had ZBD crash on me, the mobile app, because I opened up DMs the wrong way or something.
Did you update it? I don't know. It's when it first.
Will you compare it to Primal and Primal? That's their whole business.
When I first started doing the beta, it was buggy, but now I think it's got more stable. For me,
It's definitely gotten better, for sure, but there are some things I'll click on and
You know what it is, man? You've got too many followers, man. You're popular.
I don't have that many. I post something controversial like once in a blue moon. So if you like that kind of content.
What is your
Is that a if
type
that's
of
up your alley?
controversial post?
I posted
Dude, that's a cool hat.
I posted that one where
Oh shit, I thought it was yours.
is that Thomas's?
No, mine. I hid mine over there.
That might
What are you doing in my bag, man?
I
Get in my
posted,
bag, dude.
Get in my bag.
I posted the dad's the judge, the mom's the prosecutor. No, dad's the prosecutor. No, what is it?
Mom's the prosecutor, dad's the executioner.
No, dad's the judge. Oh, dad's the prosecutor, mom is the defendant attorney. I forgot what the verbiage I used, and the son is the defendant. Because this literally went down in the kitchen.
Oh.
So I posted that.
It's the
But it has
public
deep-
defender.
She's the public defender, yeah, and my son is the defendant. But it has deeper meaning.
It's funny.
It's the dynamic between the dad and the son.
I feel like it's gonna be
Like, hey,
one of these we
I'm
don't
gonna
know why.
punish you because you're not living up to thing, and the mom's always coming in.
I want to.
Yeah.
I would much rather consistently fail than me have a reason.
I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Are you leaving?
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna come back.
Yeah, it's just down the street. So.
I'm willing to troubleshoot that. It still stopped working.
But yeah, I'm trying to get clever. I think I have to do something with Terraform to get him so he has to like read all through history on the API.
Okay.
It's like ECS to ECS, and I imagine it's a security thing.
For him?
Yeah,
For him to access?
yeah. Yeah, well, he can access it during dev work, but now he's trying to deploy it on ECS, and it's apparently going to crawl through like stuff that was resolved in the past, and yeah, those calls are filled.
Okay. All right. Well, if that doesn't work, I'm down to sit,
Yeah.
sit with you a little longer
Figure
on it.
something out. For whatever reason. It works, man.
Santos es mi mejor amigo.
There's a mic, you just gotta say something.
Hola. Unfortunately, we had to cancel the Fiatjaf talk. Unfortunately, Fiatjaf wasn't able to make it. I'll be kicking off the ZBD Dev 101 workshop pretty shortly, but I want to give everyone the heads up that that's what you were heading over here for. Resume metal music.
No more metal music.
Cue music.
Yeah, cue music.
Yeah, but why workshop and
to be in Georgia.
Feels amazing.
Yeehaw!
We just did that for the live stream, you know.
Did you get his consent?
Ain't no such thing as consent in the South.
Oh my god.
Don't trust and verify, baby.
Silence is consent.
I don't know, I can't endorse that one. No.
These parts, we practice implied consent.
God damn. Alright, cut the live stream.
The person speaking in the mock southern accent is not part of ZBD. Nor do their beliefs represent that of ZBD, or its employees, or investors.
He's with Yuri Enterprises.
He is a pseudonymous person.
It didn't come back yet, right?
Shout out if you're on the live stream, post on Nostr saying, I can hear you at ClareVP. I will zap you 10,000 sats if I see that post.
Hear that live stream, people? Claire will zap you all
You
the
have to
sets.
tag me
All the
at
sets.
ClareVP at ZBD.gg.
I would be so shocked if there was a listening.
Okay, one. It only takes one. It might be hiding.
Listen, viewer of the live stream, tag Claire VP on Nostr right now and write, Claire, I love you more than life, and then whatever, nothing's gonna happen. But you never know.
Santos, you wanna go?
Yeah, I'm ready. Alright, cool everyone. We're gonna get started here in the next minute or so. I'm all ready.
It's all you, brother.
Alright, cool. Welcome everyone to the ZBD Dev 101 workshop. So today I'll be covering Lightning UI UX. We'll look at some API endpoints that we offer to make use of Lightning through ZBD. I'll walk you through like setting up a developer dashboard account. And yeah, we'll do some live coding, look at some code bases. We'll play around with Andre's ZBD Starter Playground, which shows lots of different implementations of the API in and use Next.js. Cool, let's go ahead and get started. So first things first, like ZBD offers plug and play, fully functional Lightning support, including LN URL, Lightning address via a simple API. So you can see that you don't have to worry about like any sort of liquidity or any setup. If you know how to work with APIs, you can build Lightning applications, Bitcoin applications. So some of the advantages are that it's plug and play, it's easy to integrate, it's stable, authentication and documentation. So to get started, I wrote this Python SDK, so if you're a Python developer, you can use this. You can see some examples, and then if you're a JavaScript developer, we have a Node.js SDK, which also works with Next, if you're looking to build applications in JavaScript. I don't know Rust, so unfortunately I can't help there. But yeah, we have like the GitHub links, and I'll send this out into the chat. You can see here, if you go to the ZBD.io GitHub, you can find the Node.js, and it's pretty simple to install. Just do npm install. Oh, I'm not sharing screen? Oh. Yeah. Sorry, I just started going. I'm very LFG, so once I'm like, all right, I'm ready to go, I just start going. Sorry about that, everyone.
Hey, nothing stopping Santos.
Yeah, nothing's stopping me, not even screen share. All right, cool. So this was the slide I talked about with ZBD, plug and play. We have Lightning API. Here's GitHub. So here's the example. It's under my personal account. So it's under Santoshi. And you can see here, all you have to do to get started with the Python SDK is pip install ZBD. And then if you're looking to use like JavaScript, you can use this Node.js SDK, and it's as simple as npm install at ZBD/node. And we have the SDK documentation here as well, and I'll walk you through all the methods that you can use once you have a ZBD object. From there, this is kind of what it looks like to create a charge. So how many people are already familiar with like both 11 invoices, LN URL, and Lightning address?
Woo! Yeah.
All right.
Let's go.
And then how many people are not familiar? Just trying to get a gauge of like how much you want to cover. Okay, cool. So to take a look at like Lightning charges, for example, this is a payment request. So this is how you receive money into your wallet. So you can create a charge. This is like the lowest level of Lightning at the protocol level. So you can generate a charge. Every wallet supports it. And then you have LN URLs, which also allow you to receive money or send money out. And you can also pay these charges. So this is the way that you would do it. It's specified in millisats. You can do like ZBD.create charge, the amount like 1337, and then you need to add the 3 zeros since it's in millisats. You can specify a description. This is viewable to the user, so you'll want to make sure that it makes sense. And then if you're looking to do something after someone has paid it, then you would specify like a callback URL, for example. And then, like we were talking about, you'd be able to pay a charge, so you can pass in an invoice, you can specify a description, internal ID, and the callback URL. And if you hear me say like charge, invoice, both 11, those all mean the same thing. These are just payment requests. From there, we also have the ability to make it easy for users to move funds around or withdraw from your service. So for example, you can do ZBD.create withdrawal request, and you can specify the amount, description. You can even provide an internal ID, so you can look up a user, as well as like a callback URL to again get like a status update if the withdrawal request expires, there's an error, like it fails, or it completes. You can also send payments to Lightning address, and we'll get to like what that stuff is here shortly. To send a payment to a Lightning address, it looks just like an email. It's used for receiving money. So there's a Lightning address here, andre@zbd.gg, and again, you can specify the amount in millisats, and you can specify comments as well. So pretty straightforward, like simple API call, and you can also do it for like ZBD internal username, which is what we call a gamer tag. You can also use key send, We have like other utility API calls that you can make from the SDK to get the Bitcoin exchange rate. And let's go ahead and like take a look at some of the things that we can do with the ZBD API. But first, let me walk you through like how to use the ZBD API. So first, you have our developer dashboard. This is at dashboard.zbd.io. And from there, you can create an account. If you're interested in using the API, just let me know and I'll give you an invite code. I already have an account, so I'm just going to bypass that. All right, cool. So here we have like projects, and you can see I have like this main wallet. If you're going to be looking to like send payments, you're going to need to fund this wallet first. If you need some sats, let me know. I'm happy to give you some sats. Otherwise, if you already have sats, which I would suspect many of you do, you can always just create a charge, enter an amount, and then top up the wallet. So for example, here I have my ZBD browser extension. Whoops. Then I made the payment, and now the funds are available in my wallet. So from there, I can create a new project. So we'll call it Tab 2023. Then this is a description. From there, I want to go live. Maybe I'm reckless, but I want to use some real sats. So then I can transfer from like my main wallet to the new wallet that I just created. Now I have some sats available in my TABConf wallet, and now I can begin like using the API and processing payments. So we'll go ahead and set up the starter playground, and we can walk through some of the charges and what those look like, and maybe some examples of how those work. All right, cool. So I'm following a guide that Andre set up for the Next.js Dev Playground. So here I'm going to use this template. So this is available on Andre's blog, .xyz. It's called Bitcoin Starter Playground. So here I have the link pulled up. We're going to click Use Template. We'll give it a name. Continue with GitHub. Cool. We'll just call this TABConf 2023. Let this get set up. All right, now we have all the code. We need to get an API key like we just set up, and we'll set the secret. We need to call it ZBD API key. So here I'm going to head back. Grab my API key from my project. We're going to set up our secret, and then we're going to run it. Click secrets down here, new secret, ZBD API key, add secret. Now from there we should be able to click run, and we can get an example of what these user experience flows look like and how they work, and we'll examine some of the code as well. Cool, looks like everything's spun up now. All right. Probably can be a little bit slow sometimes, so just give it a minute to load. Another thing that we can show in the meantime while this is loading is we have this awesome resource at ZBD.dev. You can pull this up, and this also has like all the things that we're talking about today. So you have, for example, the Node.js Quick Start, the Starter Playground, which is what I'm walking through right now. along with the API reference. If you want to make API calls directly, you totally can. For example, if we want to send a Lightning address payment, which is kind of what we were walking through earlier, you can do so just right through the documentation. So I selected API reference, I went down to page to Lightning address. Now I can pass in an API key and I can send the request, basically. Let's see if, here we go, now everything's loaded. We'll open up the playground. Cool, so charge, payment request like we were talking about earlier, we can pass in a description, we'll hit test, and then from there, you can see we got a response back and you can kind of see what the data looks like. You can see the invoice and even copy the invoice and pay it. So here, copy it. Pay, paste in the invoice. Oh, my keyboard's not working for some reason. Let's take out my phone. Pay it. All right, awesome. So I just sent the payment. And now let's check our project wallet. We'll refresh. And voila, received 100 sats. So we know we set everything up correctly. So again, charge is how we receive money into the wallet. Charges can be great for like e-commerce, paywalls. They could be great for tipping, so these are some of the use cases that you can use charges for. For withdrawal requests, this is getting money out. So normally, like what you'd have to do with the charge is the charge will have like a time frame that'll expire. You can pay it once in most cases, and many wallets don't support paying over the charge amount. So because of that, there are other payment orchestration protocols built on top, for example, LNURL, and LNURL features a method called withdrawal request. So normally what you'd have to do is you'd have to create a charge from the wallet that you're trying to move money into, copy it, go back to the other application, paste it in, then hit pay, and then the funds will transfer. Now you could just create, for example, a withdrawal request. So you create this QR code, and now you could copy it or scan it with your phone, and you can move money back into another wallet just by scanning a QR code. One great use case that this is used for, like Azteco vouchers, to sell Bitcoin for cash, for example. So that's one use case that are common, like that's used for withdrawal requests. Other services where you earn sats, you can create withdrawal requests to allow the user to move funds off of your platform into their preferred wallet of choice. And many of like the self-custodial wallets out there also support this option. Then we have Lightning address. So we have utility endpoints where you can validate a Lightning address before you attempt to pay it. To check if it's true, you can check the minimum amount of funds, you can check the maximum amount of funds that you can send to this particular Lightning address. So then you could show, for example, to the user, okay, like you're trying to send 100 Satoshis, but the minimum is 10,000 for this particular Lightning address. And you can show that before you try to process the payment. Or if you're trying to send over the amount that is accepted to that Lightning address, you can also show that. Or know whether or not it's valid if the user tried to enter email instead. So here, this is how easy making a payment can be. So you saw I just plugged in my API key. I didn't need to really set anything else up. And now I'm entering my Lightning address, Santos at ZBD.gg, and processing the payment. And now I receive the funds in my wallet. And there it is. So that's how, now we showed the ability to receive money and to send money out. Like what does that actually look like in the code? We can see the inputs that we're making, and we can see the response back that we got from the API. We have this ID, we have the fee in MSATs, we have the amount, we have the invoice that was actually paid. Pre-image is null because I paid from ZBD to ZBD, but if you're paying from ZBD to wallet of Satoshi or something along those lines, you have a pre-image. Wallet ID that was used for the payment. transaction ID, a callback URL if you pass it in, along with an internal ID, comment, and process that, create that, etc. So these are some of the things that you can do. So you can also get like the BTC, USD, conversion rate or change rate. So that's kind of like the starter code. And if you look at the repo, let's head back to starter playground, or Replit rather. If you're interested in like seeing how any of these work in particular, you have all of these different components that were created along with the API. So you can see like, okay, like how did that create charge work, and like how would I implement it into my own application? So we have this like create charge component. This is like the module that's shown on the page. And when you actually click create charge, you have this handler function that takes in the amount and description, sets the state to loading. From there, we're making a request to our own internal API endpoint that's fetching from API/charge. So for next, for example, it's in this pages folder. You can go to API, and then there's charges. So then you can see it deconstructs the body or the payload that's being sent to this API. It constructs the payload to make the request to ZBD, and then it pulls in this ZBD object and creates a charge, passes the payload, you get the response back, and then you return the result to the application. So that's what's happening when we do this whole create charge flow, for example, here. And when we got that invoice back when it was loading, that made a request to the API, in the platform, got the response back, and then rendered it on the page. So that's the whole flow to get a charge and then render a charge. You can also put this URI in a button to make it clickable and be able to be handled by another wallet, either on the web or a mobile app, for example. So when you are trying to pay a Lightning invoice, all that's happening is there's a URI as an href element or attribute, and it knows to open up a particular mobile app or, for example, browser extension, prompts you to pay it, and then when you pay it, then you receive the response back on the server, and you know it's been paid if you're the application developer. So that's kind of like the whole flow. And you might be wondering, well, where did we get ZBD from? Like, where is this client from? There's a file in here under services called ZBD, and from this, you're basically getting the secret that we set, the environmental variable. We're creating a new ZBD object. That's what is available in the Node.js SDK. And then from there, it's checking if the API key is set, because you cannot make the request without the API key being set. And then it's returning a response back to the client if it's not set. And that's how we're getting that ZBD object to create the charge and make the request and basically hit the API. So that's the way that this code base is set up. And you have examples for not just charges, but the Lightning address flow, the LN URL withdrawal request, to get money in and to get money out of your application. Before I keep going, any questions so far? I'll kind of pause. Is this making sense? Yeah. All right, cool. All right, so I'm gonna clone a repo, and then we'll walk through like a paywall flow to see exactly like how do you take this money in, what does that user experience look like, and then do an automatic payout to a Lightning address. So I have this code base that I wrote. Find it. Here we are. So I have this repo. If you want to follow along, you can always like clone it as well. It's under Santoshi, and then it's called dbd-paywall-next.js. I'm just going to clone the repo. All right, now we have the repo, and we need to set the secret, the API key. Hopefully no one swipes my stats. Whoops. All right, cool. So I set my ZBD API key. Now let's see. Let's do npm install. Let me see. I need to cd into the repo. Now I can npm install. Cool. Now let's do npm run dev and see what happens. All right, so we have like a very simple HTML page. That's the index. So I'm using Next 13 in this particular app. And I made it really simple, so it's not too complicated to follow. It's not like a lot of CSS or HTML to worry about. So all this page is doing, just creating a flex box, and then I'm putting in hello, buy my content, and then there is a link that will take you to the buy page. So for example, you could be using this to like build a way of like monetizing content or selling e-commerce goods like we were talking about earlier. Okay, so we got an error. Let's see what error we got. Okay, so we need to enable ngrok. This is the way that I can get the callback, because I need to check to see if a charge has been paid before I allow the user to access the content, right? You don't want, if you're trying to paywall something, you don't want them to be able to access without actually verifying that they completed the payment. So I need to set up this ngrok link here so that I can make my laptop available on the web to receive callbacks. And we'll explain what that looks like too. We have some examples. All right. Let's see, I got another connection error. Let's see. It's probably because I stopped running npm run dev. I need to update this again. All right, there we go. Click buy content. Still got an error. Let me see what's going on with this. So what this is doing is this is making a request. Making a request to my API-charges. From the API-charges, I have a route file, which then I'm getting the payload. So I constructed this very similarly to the starter playground code. So this is kind of like an example of how you can take that code and implement it. So you have the payload, it's pulling in the ZBD object, which I'm getting from the service that we were looking at previously. So it's the same sort of code. And then we're making the request to our own internal API. And then we're getting a charge, and then we're returning it back to the application. So let's see. Oops, I got an error. / return response, pulling component, then we had a QR value. Let's see, syntax error, JSON 0, API 404. I think it has something to do with the URL that we're using. Yeah, this. Okay. Sorry, I changed my ngrok URL a few times, so that's kind of what part of the problem is. Now I'm getting failed to parse from URL HTTPS.
Is there a space there?
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, 2 spaces.
You did all the replace, final replace.
Yeah. An unexpected end JSON input. Yeah, I don't know what I did wrong with this code base, so I'll switch to Django. Yeah, sorry about that, everyone. I don't know what I did wrong with that one. It was working when I tested it last for the last dev workshop that we did. Yeah. It's always the demo curse, I swear. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Please. Alright, so ZBD. Okay, get clone. Alright, then we'll hit install our requirements.txt. Alright, now we are going to set up the MD file. Here's the example. So we'll just put whatever for the secret key, and then we'll copy our API key from another project. Oh, we didn't set it from the regular file. 1 second. There we go. And now we'll run the server, secret key. Oh, I set it in the wrong file. All right, so now everything is connected. So this is my other code base that I wrote in Django. I'm still learning Next.js, so I'm not sure if I committed something that was halfway finished. Most likely what I did. But here you can see the project wallet balance from the Lightning address payment that we spent and from what we topped up, and now you can click buy. And now we have an invoice, and basically this code is doing the exact same thing, where we have this ZBD project or app, LN app, then we have these views, and the view is doing the same thing. So it's taking the Python SDK, it's creating a ZBD project object, it's getting the wallet details, and it's getting it from this API call that's part of the Python SDK, getting the wallet details, converting it from msats to sats by passing in the balance and then rendering a context, and that's what's shown on the home page. When you click buy, all it's doing is it's creating a charge. You're specifying the number of seconds that it expires after, and then the amount in msats, because that's what the ZBD API is built in. And then you have a description, Lightning rules. You pass in the invoice or charge as a context, and then you can render it on the page. So from there, we have the charge rendered, and you might be wondering, well, how did you do the QR code, for example? Well, on this buy page, all we're doing is we have this free library. It's called Curious, Q-R-I-O-U-S, and then we're passing in the URI, and we're then generating a QR code with this code, and that's how it's actually rendered on the page in the template. From there, we have this charge status endpoint that we're polling every 3 seconds to see whether or not it's paid. So on the actual views.py, you can see charge status, and what it's doing is it's making a request to get charge details, passing in the ID, and that's what's returning back the status from the ZBD API itself. So then you can know, okay, is this charge status completed or is it not? And do something based on that condition. So in my case, if it's not completed, I'm just returning the status as not completed. And then if it is completed, then I'm going to redirect them to a page that I call blog. So you can see the status is still pending, nothing has changed. So then if we click this QR code, let's see, I'll scan it and pay it. All right, from there I process the payment, and now because of that condition, I was able to redirect them to some sort of content, and we should get a callback as well if we set up it to be available on ngrok. So let's see if we have the urls.py set up. So we can create a path called callback, for example. Then we can do views.callback, call it name callback. Then we need to create the view, and then we'll make basically we'll set something up to where if we receive like a completed payment, we'll actually process straight to like a Lightning address, for example, that we pass in. So do callback, we're going to receive a request, and we'll print out request.body, then we're going to run ngrok. Running on port 8000. And when we create this ZBD object, you can pass in a second parameter with the callback URL. Okay. And now let's test this out. Paste in the QR code, process the payment. All right, payment was successful. And let's see what we got back in the console. So we need to pass in CRSF exemption. So CSRF token exemption, Django. Here we go. RF exempt. All right, now let's try that again. Cool. So we'll open it up. Not sure why that's unhandling. Take QR code. Process the payment. Let's see what we got back. I still got the same error, but I probably didn't save it.
Do you need a path?
What's that?
I noticed on the ngrok URL you didn't have a path to the URL.
No, I think it's because basically I need to Django automatically adds a CRSF token to every endpoint, so then you're not like getting a bunch of like cross-site scripting or like people hitting your form or your endpoint that are not like making a valid request. It just kind of stops some of the bot spam stuff. So I'm just gonna get the CSRF exemption, but for some reason I keep getting it failed. So let's see. ZBD exemption here. I think you can do it at the urls.py too, CSRF exemption. Django. There we go. Okay. try this one more time. Image. It's reload. Not sure why I'm getting that error. Okay, worked with my mobile app. Now I'm processing the payment. Now let's see if we got something different back. Oh, I still have that error. That's so weird. There we go. I just had to restart the code apparently. All right, so that status change, we processed the payment, but I still got CSRF token, CSRF cookie not set, Django error. That's weird. Yeah, I'm not sure quite why I'm getting this error. Let's see. So let's review the code. So we passed in this endpoint here for the callback URL. Let me look at my documentation. Python SDK.
You decorated the function, right?
Yeah, I did. I added the CSRF exemption. Maybe it's because I'm hiding in two different locations. Let's see, 1,000. You know what?
Where'd you import it?
I think it's because in the settings.py, allowed host. Check the console. Yeah, so let's see, we're getting an error, it's making an insecure request must be served over HTTPS, but I am serving it over HTTPS. That's weird. Click buy, HTTP, that might be why. And if we do it on local host, 3,000.
That typo, HTTP.
Then we need to add local host. And now I'm getting the same error. How strange.
Where you added HTTPS, I think it's a typo.
Oh. Thank you. There we go. Yeah, thank you. Okay, and then the status should get the charge and process the payment. Yeah, I'm not sure why this CSRF exempt is not working though. So I've definitely imported example. I have plenty of other code base I can look at though. So let's see. Let's see. We have payouts. We have the payouts app. We use some pi, so we load body, we print out from there, then urls.pi, we have the CSR exempt. Path, callback. Then let's see for the static or the settings.pi. Here we go. That's the code that I'm missing. All right, let's try this one more time. Cool, so that works. And we still got the same error that we got back before. So let's see. Oh, I think I do know what it is now. We need to get the ZBD production. The Django basically automatically has kind of like whitelisting. So for example, if you do not explicitly state the APIs that are allowed to make requests or hit your request within Django, then it'll automatically block that request. So what's happening is the ZBD production server is trying to hit my application, and my application is rejecting it. So I've only whitelisted my own nrock application. So now I need to get the ZBD production API key and pass it in. I think that's what ultimately is missing. Let's see. And we'll just allow all posts. Cool, that works. No, we still got an error here. So we need tabs open. Here. callback, we get that same error. Yeah, something there. So strange. I have the CSRF, maybe just bad demo luck. I have the CSRF exemption token that I imported here, and I also imported it here to wrap around. Oh, you're right. I did forget the. All right, perfect. So now we're not getting that error. We can return a HTTP response string. So we're going to do that. Fantastic. Now we should be able to load the body, get the payload, and process a Lightning address payment. Okay, fantastic. And there we go. Finally, we got the callback. Okay. So now you can see on the callback, you can get back the amount, the created at, the callback URL, when it expired, along with an internal ID. Okay. So now let's go ahead and actually process a payment. So if data, for example, status is equal to completed, we can then take ZBD, for example, and process a send payment to Lightning address, and I think this is actually called TABConf. And it takes in a few arguments, the Lightning address, which we'll put at Santos at ZBD.gg, put hello world, and we need the MSAT value too. So we'll send 21 sats. That's based in millisats. Now let's go ahead and try and process this payment again. And we'll pass in return ID. I did fix this on a newer version, so let's put Lightning address. Process the payment again. And all right, cool. So now we just attach a success condition wherein I fired Lightning address payment straight to my own Lightning address based on whether or not something else was paid. So we received the payment from the paywall, and for example, if you wanted to automatically pay out a creator, you could check if the status is completed, you could pass in dynamically into that internal ID and begin splitting the payment. So that's kind of like one way that I implemented it with an application I built. So every time like my application received payment from a paywall, for example, course, it then took like 1% as like a fee for the platform fee, and then processed the 99% payment automatically to the other creator's Lightning address. So you could also add like a record in a database to grant access to like a purchase to do automatic payouts. You could build an application for like esports payouts, for example, where you can have like multiple of these Lightning addresses and then process the payment in the same way. You don't have to attach it to like a success condition. But I like this example because it shows like how to get money into your project and then how to process money out automatically. So you don't really have to custody any of your users' funds. You can like set up for a content example use case. Another use case is like what Fountain has built on top of us. So with Fountain, every time they have like a podcaster that receives a boost for a podcast, they can automatically split the payment amongst all the podcasters and execute key sends for each one and process the payments in real time. You can do the same thing a little bit simpler with Lightning address since it's a human readable ID. You saw it's like 3 arguments that you pass in to the API request and then process the payment basically. So that's kind of the examples. And if you wanted to see some examples of UX flows, let me pull up Figma. I have this file for you all so then you can see like, okay, this is how I would design like a Lightning address payout. So you can enter the payout or the Lightning address, the amount, and the comment, hit submit. That's where you're making a request to the ZBD API like we showed. All you have to do is call your object, dot, send payment to Lightning address, amount sats, Lightning address, comment, optionally internal ID, and then you can process the payment. If you wanted to do a paywall with LN URL, you can also do that. So you click buy, and for that specific user, you'll generate an LN URL with the min and max amount to be equal, and you want to allow like allowed slots to be 1 as an argument, because you only want it payable once. And then when that is actually received, that payment, you can then update the status in like a database or somewhere else to say, okay, this static charge is tied to this user and it was paid, so now they're allowed to access this particular piece of content, or I can ship them this good and collect their shipping information. So that's one way you can use LN URL pays. You can also generate these to be where the allowed slot's null, so you can have an unlimited number of these sort of things. So you can use it for like a tipping use case. You can also enable Lightning addresses based on them. So you can grant all of your users Lightning addresses. Yeah, sorry about the whole CRF token and the other issue. I didn't expect that. I ran this code base like, I don't know, a week ago and it was working perfectly fine. So sorry that took so long to figure out. I guess this is bad demo luck, but it is what it is. What questions does the audience have so far? And I've spent quite a lot of time trying to solve that issue.
Santos, can you talk about where all this information is located?
Oh yeah, so if you want to watch like a better version of this, what Car and I did on a hacker stream a few weeks ago and kind of recap this is all available on ZBD.dev. So we have this ZBD 101 workshop that we recorded all of these examples. We did it live as well, where I walked through like the Next.js paywall, walked through like all the code. So you can find all the same content I just covered now available online. And it does show, so you guys know that I'm not lying, it does show the Next.js paywall working, and we add in real time, Car and I add the send payment to Lightning address in JavaScript. We also have like building a Lightning address app where I follow the guide that I wrote on like building like a pay to Lightning address, so setting up the HTML, the input fields, the API call, and then processing the request. So for example, if you wanted to build like a wallet functionality, that would be like the way you would do the pay to Lightning address for like your own personal project. We walk through that. And then we have like UI UX patterns. So if you're curious, this was from SatsBuy, a hackathon that Car hosted, I think back in March or April. We have like a walkthrough of like all the different use cases for Lightning address. So you can do payment splitting, you can enable like easy withdrawals or automatic withdrawals. That's one thing that I did with it, and then here shows the automatic withdrawals. Here shows some examples of like static charges and what you might use, or sorry, this is for LN URL pay and withdrawal request. So then you can also like understand the UX flows and how that might work and some economics and such. So you can find like all this information whenever you want at zbd.dev. What other questions do folks have? Any other questions? No? Okay. Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, is there a reason that we're using Next.js here over any other like JS?
Oh yeah, you could use like Node.js, you could build something with React or whatever you prefer. I ended up getting converted to Next.js a few months ago, like a month ago by Andre. I really love it. I was writing applications in like the Django web framework. And as you saw, it's like a lot more convoluted than writing something in Next. And now you have like one-click deployments where you can just click a button and it just like deploys my code base and I have it spun up on a server. I really love that aspect of it. You can also like, do the fancy things with state that you can do with React, whereas like in Django, I was doing it with HTMX and like having to like pull state and like update things, and it was a lot more difficult to manage all that and provide that great user experience. So that's why I ended up moving to building things with Next.js. But you can do it with whatever you prefer. Sure.
I have kind of a random specific question. What would be your ideal situation for implementing auth in an app that's using like the ZBD API for like Lightning services? So like I have an app, I'm going to be onboarding users, giving them a Lightning wallet. I start thinking about auth.
Yeah.
It's a big trouble, but it's also like I don't want to have to store data. I don't have to. LMURL auth is cool in theory, but it can get like a little bit messy. Like, do you have any like boilerplates you like to go to, or just flows you really like?
Yeah, that's one thing I really liked about Django is that it has auth out the box. It has all of the templates. It has all of the code. All you have to do is just like add a few lines of code to your settings.py file, which is like your main app, settings. And then you're off to the races. You can pretty much add, I think it's probably 12 lines of code total, and then a few templates to be like your brand. And then you can also like install a package to import in GitHub, Google, like all of your standard OAuth 2 providers, and it'll automatically create the account in the database and kind of go from there. So you already get auth out the box with Django, and then for Next.js, Supabase is kind of what I go to. It's probably, there's some trade-offs if you were looking to do like more scalable application, but if you're building a POC or MVP, even beyond, it has database, like auth, all of those things in one platform, which I really love. So those are like the two auth options that I mainly focus on if I'm writing code in Python, using Django Web Framework, or building an Next.js application. Oh yeah, you can use login with ZBD too. Yeah, we have that available, so you can always use that. All right, any other questions? Cool, so I'll send out these slide decks. I also have these like technical integration hints, so if you're kind of wondering like the overall flow, like how would this be implemented at a high level? So if you wanted to use something other than like Next.js or Python and understand like, okay, this is step A, step B, step C to Z, then I have this available for you. So if you want to make Lightning Extra payment, you can check if it's greater than 10, check the validity of it, and then if it's good, fire the payment, you get the callback, and then you can perform whatever success actions that you're interested in. We have it for like pay invoice, receive invoice, generating a static charge, handling a static charge, withdrawal request, etc.
Where are these drawings?
They are linked in the deck, so I'll share the deck, and then from there you'll be able to click the links and it'll take you directly to these resources. All right, well, thanks for hanging out, everyone. Really appreciate it.
Santos, when are we gonna do the next one?
Like
10 minutes, okay.
That was brutal. I didn't expect that CSRF issue, and
the next day show, I was like, oh man. Oh, thank you. Really kind. I'll throw them into the Telegram. I'll send it out right now. You. Now got canceled. Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Which one is next?
PlebLab Presentation, PlebLab Hackerspace. That's what you could have been to do there. I was like, I can't believe how many issues I was running into. I swear I got that.
Yeah, I think I'm a friend. Yeah, you're right. Okay. USB-C.
Check, check, toast, toast, toast.
Here you go.
Are you on Telegram?
Are you in the
Okay. Appreciate it.
Oh, I guess you're still.
Just gonna get started.
I guess I'll wait for a little more people to show up.
What's up, bro? Oh my god. I didn't realize. I didn't know it was gonna be a solo party. Crazy. So,
Well, Paul had excuse. Oh, dude, she killed it. I think so. Yeah, Kaylee was here. So we're going to talk right now.
So, I guess I'll just get started. If you guys are okay with that. I feel like I'm talking to just PlebLab people and Sahil, so. Where's Yuri? Hey Santos, do we have to wait for Yuri to hit record or something? Okay. I have a quote up there. It's from Bjork. I have like a musician background, an art background, so I get my inspiration from like musicians and artists primarily first. And I know there's some musicians in the crowd, so this is a quote from Bjork, who's like a prolific artist in so many different areas. But she had this quote, it's like, I've always appreciated working with people I have chemistry with, who are friends, and where you feel that the work is growing, where you're getting to know each other better. And this talk is about hackerspaces, so I feel like it's a perfect quote for that. Should I just start, or? Okay. You said let's go, and I was like, okay, should I just start? Santos, can you come closer and I'll feel better? I feel like Heidi too, Heidi maybe? I'll feel like my safe space.
I gotta get a coffee.
Everybody's at the drive chains.
What even is a drive chain? Do you want to talk about it?
I heard there's a great website called Drive Chains. What is it, Austin?
.gay. I don't know. I actually think
We've been hanging out with Nick too much.
I think Nick actually does it.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Or maybe it's just drivechainsuck.com. Definitely not that.
Do you guys have any? Oh, there he goes. Perfect timing.
And just turn the music down. You know, it's kind of soothing.
It's very soon.
This calm ass music. Okay, all you man.
Very cool. I want to start off this this talk with a quote. It's a quote from Bjork. She's like this prolific artist. in the music and like film industry. She says, I've always appreciated working with people I have chemistry with who are friends and where you feel that the work is growing while you're getting to know each other better. And so I have like a musician art background, so I really connect and get inspiration from people that are like artists. And so this talk is going to be about what I learned building a Misfit hackerspace, specifically PlebLab. This is a picture of, I think it's the only picture that we have, honestly. I think we always decided like, well, we're gonna do a picture, and then we just never did it, and then finally it just like happened one day, randomly. But that's Keyan on the left of Stacker News. That's Kyle of Austin Bitcoin Club, and that's me, Car. And these are the three people that started the first hackerspace, I guess, in Austin. So who am I? I'm Car. Co-founder of PlebLab, started in late 2021. Co-founder of Austin Bitcoin Club, starting in early 2021. Co-founder of Austin Bitcoin Design Club with Sahil and Paul, started in 2022. Founder of Thriller Bitcoin, started in late 2020. Co-host of Stacker News Live, which is a show that Keyan forces me to do every week, but I do it. That started in 2021. Previously was at TFTC, where I was an inaugural producer. Also have experience with like Microsoft, Cisco, was an engineer at MIT Pros. They sold in 2021, so it was cool seeing how like an MSP grows like that. And then just being involved, like I said, with art and music in Austin since 2009. Like trying to define a hackerspace is extremely hard because it's a loaded word. You really don't know what it's going to be. Like, I think initially when we were thinking about it, it was like a conversation that me and Keyan were having at like Capital Factory in Austin, and we were just like talking, and we started talking about a movie or something, and then, or no, we were talking about Punk Catch Fire, and then it was like, yeah, we should do something like Mutiny, like the Mutiny House, and then yeah, we just started talking about it, and then before you know it, it just became like a continuing conversation. And I think that's at least my memory to how the idea came about. I definitely think it was your idea, if I remember correctly, but maybe that's another story for Keyan to tell.
I don't think it matters.
Yeah, I don't think it matters either, but I think the fact that that we even thought about it.
It's that we had a great thought. Like everyone at Capital Factory, and I was getting kicked out of Capital Factory. Like
oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
I'm like, let's get a house together.
Yeah.
Just work together.
Yeah. So that's what it was out of necessity.
Yeah,
to make sure that we stayed together.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was the inspiration. So a little bit about hackerspaces. I think this is just kind of what I've written a post about this on Thriller Bitcoin. If you want to go check it out, just type in hackerspaces. But I think a successful hackerspace helps humans create things that couldn't happen before. That's what I think it is. I think the success of these spaces can be attributed to the supportive and collaborative communities that they foster. I think hackerspaces, just in general, over the course of recent years, just based off of my research, there's over 1,000 worldwide, and specifically in the United States, there's 250 active hackerspaces, and then more pop up yearly. I think also just people here around TABConf and conversations that I have, it seems like this hackerspace movement's going to happen for Bitcoin, and I think it's inevitable at this point. I also firmly believe this now, and I didn't believe this in 2020 and 2021, but I believe this now that in order for Bitcoin adoption to get to hyper-Bitcoinization that we all want, I think you need a major hub in every city, every major city around the world. I don't think we get to hyper-Bitcoinization without it. I think if you look back into history, I think there's been multiple technologies that have changed civilization. I think you look like the railroad system, electricity, I mean, printing press, you can go back. And I think whenever there's a new technology that changed and shaped the world, it required some kind of physical presence of a sort. I think it's also clear to define the goals and objectives of hackerspaces. Kind of the things that maybe I don't talk about this enough at PlebLab, but maybe it's in my head and I can be better about getting these objectives out there, but it's to create an open community of developers, hackers, creatives, open source hardware enthusiasts to create, share, learn, code, and collaborate. And then it's also to help spread knowledge to your local community around you. So like all the people that have come in during workshops every week that we have and explaining this technology as well to them. And it's also, another cool thing is just like, the coolness about a hackerspace is you get the creatives that necessarily wouldn't be in there if it was just like a WeWork, right? Or like a Capital Factory. Like a hackerspace allows you to get creatives from all sorts of different areas. Whether they're writers, artists, poets, it's a thing, it's a vibe. I also think that in order for a successful hackerspace to really take off, you need to have continuous workshops, continuous projects, you need to be pushing the limit. And you also need to make sure that there's no barriers or to entry, I would say. There can't be this kind of I'm better, so get out of here kind of mentality. It has to be open, collaborative, inviting. That's like the most important thing, is creating that type of artist kind of studio for these creative people. But yeah, ideally, most of these hubs will be entrepreneur focused primarily. And the T-shaped people who have both incredibly broad skill set and a range of knowledge, you'll start seeing those people just come in naturally. And I think Jim is a perfect example of that, right? So we have a really good community in Austin, so I'm going to show Austin for a second. Sahil knows this. Kaylee talked about it in the other talk. We have an incredible community at Capital Factory, at the Bitcoin Commons, at PlebLab, even in San Antonio, Round Rock. Like, we're doing some amazing things in Austin, and it's really cool to see everybody in sync, in lockstep, with how we approach things. So these are just some pictures of that. I'm going to talk about just specifically PlebLab hackerspaces and how I think, or at least how I visualize us being, right? Maybe this is not entirely truthful. Hopefully you guys will give me feedback at the end. Our mission is to foster an inclusive community of developers, hackers, creatives, and enthusiasts of open source software and hardware. We aim to disseminate knowledge and provide resources to the broader Bitcoin community, create a space where individuals can collaborate, elevate their skills, and transform seemingly impossible ideas into reality. When you come into PlebLab, there's a big, not a big sign, but it's a sign that says, do epic shit? It's a reminder as soon as you step in the door, like, do something epic. Like, let's create wonder, right? Like, I want us to invent the light bulb. Like, it needs to be that type of, like, tone. So these are some of the builders that we have in the lab. Nifty Nate just recently joined us for a residency with her Base 58 education company. She's doing amazing things and transforming people like Christian, who used to be in the Web3 thing, and now they're full-on Bitcoin, Nostr, Lightning developers who want to like utilize ZBD stuff, right? Like, it's cool. You also have D++, who's an amazing community organizer, and she brings like high vibes all the time. Super Testnet speaks for himself. He's the most prolific open source developer I probably ever met in my entire life. And yeah, we also have Stacker News. Keyan's right there. We have Eden 3D. Max, we have Fold, Galoy, Kraken, Sphinx, the Mutiny guys spill in from time to time. Typically, whenever we have hard questions, we're just like, yo, Ben, come over. We have, of course, Yo Pecky. He's doing great things. He's also doing his, he's launching his app here in Mexico City this month. So reach out to him. And then Michael from Oshi, Zapright, John, and people like them. Thank you. Yeah. I like to think about PlebLab as a community effort. I think previous leadership tried to take credit for a lot of things, and being in the background and seeing that, I realized that that's not the right approach. It needs to be about everybody else and not about PlebLab. Incidentally, what happens is you have this type of community growth when you think that way. You know, we've done 2 startup days now, so that's a number that I need to update. There's been so many hackathon projects that we've been able to do out of Bitcoin Commons. We have so many PlebLab meetup members. Pleb devs, what Austin has created is enrolling and onboarding the next Lightning developers in Austin and around the world. All the workshop instructors that we've had, the monthly members that we've created inside the lab, the course that Super, Jim, or Super, Topher, and Captain Stacks made for the Nostr devs. This is another really cool thing. Logan too as well. So if you look here, like we've only been open like 11 months, and I think we have together as a collective of people working together with this hackerspace model, we've been able to accomplish a lot. This is also a testament, I think, just to Austin in general. We have a very broad Bitcoin community at the Commons, at PlebLab, and then these other kind of pockets around town. And you can see that here by the number of events that we throw. And this is not including like the Commons. This is like just PlebLab. So if you added the Commons, it would probably be over 100 easily. So that's kind of the cool thing about Austin is we have an abundance of things to do for Bitcoiners. More so that it gets really tiring after a while. I want to talk about like some case studies, and these are things that I didn't know that were going to happen, that just accidentally happened building a hackerspace. And so these are two case studies I want to talk about. It's this slide and another slide. Zapright John. Like when we met John in 2021, this guy was just fresh out of Canada, and he did it. I don't know what it was. Keyan could probably speak to it, but he was different. And then being in PlebLab at Kappa Factory at that time, we slowly saw him morph into this lion in a den kind of thing, where he's like, you realize, oh wow. And then we started having like Pierre come around and like Marty come around, and then you can see his confidence just build and build and build. So when I look at John now, I'm like, wow, like if you would have asked me early on who's the one that's gonna like really, I would have not guessed it. It's really cool seeing that. But there was always that kind of like drive that he had. It was there, you could see it. Francisco. I met this guy 2 years ago at a Austin Bitcoin Club event. And he was highly ambitious on trying to onboard Mexico, the entire country, into Bitcoin. And seeing his growth and his trajectory and what he's been able to accomplish in such a short time, and go from just, hey, I have this idea, to, hey, can you help me get involved with the community and help us like, do all the things that you need to do to actually build a company from nothing. Like seeing that happen with Francisco is amazing. So ask him any questions. He could he can give you a really good idea of what it's like working inside a PlebLab from just an idea phase to now I'm launching my company and launching an app. Keyan's my best friend. I talk about it all the time. But this guy, when I met him in Miami, like he was completely different. He wasn't the Keyan that he is today, floating on the carpet, like coding and stuff. That's what I mean, like Aladdin. But like now, he's somebody that a lot of us personally reach out to, myself included. Other founders go to Keyan for advice because of the way he thinks about things. And to see that growth from just like this guy I met like at Bitcoin conference to now one of the most well-respected, and even looking back at it now, dude was early. Him and Oscar really figured out the value for value model before anybody else, and I think they're going to figure that out again for Nostr, if they haven't already. The other case study I want to talk about is like the Lightning experiments, and this is something I talked to Andre about, and that's why I'm so bullish on ZBD API. You could really like do things with Lightning in the real world, and I think we're probably really early on this. This is a credit to Topher and Jim who made this happen. Like seeing a door open because you're sending Lightning, like it's like it's magic. Like there's nothing like it. I remember telling you, Andre, I was like, dude, like remember like there's like these internet cafes in the 90s, and there's just like Starbucks, right? Like it's the same thing that's gonna happen. It's going to be really cool. And I think if you guys are interested in doing that, leverage the existing infrastructure that's already out there. And because it's just much easier to facilitate. Lightning Box is another thing these guys have made. This is when you get like a gym in there, a Topher, like they're doing like, I don't want to say what it is, I'll go ask them about it, but it's like this really cool inventive product that could only have come out of like PlebLab. And so when you do these hacker spaces, this is the kind of cool stuff that gets built, you know, in the wee hours of the morning. And sometimes it starts as a joke, and then it becomes like a potentially a product. So these are things that I didn't think that were gonna happen, like when we started the hackerspace. Like it was just gonna be like, oh, just help startups, our friends, and it's like all this other stuff came out. The other thing that was if you would have told me Super Testnet was gonna be Super Testnet, like that's just not possible. When I met Super Testnet, he was a very quiet, reserved guy who did like education, and in the first year, I think he had maybe like, first year of PlebLab, he had like maybe like 23 contributions, and then the following year, he had like 500 in 2022, and then like this year, like it's just gone up and up. So seeing how prolific he's become just in the span of like 2 years is like a perfect testament to how hackerspaces can really work for somebody like him, who's like really loves this stuff. And so those are the two like case studies I wanted to bring about, was the founders part, which I didn't expect that to happen, and then these lightning experiments that come out of it. And I think there's a lot more super testnets that are getting minted with more of these hackerspaces being built. So I think we have a model, but I put that in like maybe, just knowing how Keyan thinks and how I'm thinking now, it's like maybe we have a model for what I think we're doing. So I think the flow works like this. I think you get these hackerspaces, you get people like Austin or Nifty or Topher or D, and like give them the opportunity to do education there and just facilitate the learning aspects of it. And then it creates more members, right? Like there's this, either it's an online membership or it's like a physical membership, but it creates more members for the hackerspace. Then you showcase those members, you know, with like startup days, with hackathons. Like you give them the opportunity to showcase their work and give it to a wider audience. And then you invite some friends from afar to come also, you know, showcase their work. And then you leverage the people that came before. Like we just had our startup day, and we had like Ben Price, Sahil, who else was there? Justin, who? Yeah, but like you had all these people there giving advice to these new founders that were coming up, like Derek and like some of these other people, and even Keyan. And I remember Price said, he's like, why are we doing this? What's the point, Car? For like, we don't know anything. And I think that's, you do know something, but you know something enough to pass it on, those mistakes that you made to the new founders that are coming in. So I've had multiple conversations this week, I'm sure a lot of you have, where people are talking about like, what mistakes have you made? What's this, like what? And then you can talk about these things and you can avoid those same mistakes. I had an hour talk yesterday with Jessica, telling me how I, like all the mistakes that I made. And he was like, oh no, this is how, like it came together so naturally. And I think when you have the opportunity to showcase things like that, you can really learn a lot from everybody in the trenches with you. And so out of that comes startup members. And I think maybe, me and Teresa are still early on this. Like I said, we don't know if this works. But I think startup members come from those showcases because you get to know them, you get to hang out with them for a little week, you kind of understand like, oh, maybe they're a perfect fit for what we do here in this hackerspace called PlebLab. So this is just kind of a framework I think that could probably work if anybody's interested in kind of copying a similar model. This is what we achieved with initial funding. As you can see on the left side, there's a lot there. And I want to make it a point, like, this is not a one-person show. This is like the entire collective. I would even say the Austin collective of Bitcoiners who are doing all of this. But I think once you give like a nice space for builders who are focused on just that, you can create all these achievements. So I'll highlight like all the startups we have helped the education that's come out of it, the events, the hackathons we throw at the Commons, the partnerships that we've been able to do with people like ZBD, right? Like these kind of things that can create more builders and streamline more projects getting built, because that's what we're here for. And then we have some future plans that we're hoping to do here next year. I think the thing that was announced yesterday was the Hackerspace initiative. I think Brian, this is like those ideas, and people ask me, how do you know what you're going to do next? And it's ideas like what Brian has, where he's like, yo, Car, let's really try to figure out this OS for like a platform for hackerspaces. Because I personally think at this point, a lot of us are thinking the same things, whether it's John's with Hub 21, or Brian in BitLab, or myself, or Topher here at PlebLab, where we're already thinking like, okay, we have this lightning door, we have this need for some type of platform that can kind of, I guess the best way to call it is like a BTC pay server for the real world, right? For the hackerspace. You need something like that. And I think this kind of initiative that Brian has started and we're working with him on, I think we can get there. One of the things that we had happen recently was at BitBlock Boom. Lightning Door is cool because it works, but it's also kind of scary because like you just have people attach the lightning thing and then they come in, and so you don't know who's who, and it can be dangerous. So like that's kind of what we're hoping for, is to build something like that. And then yeah, that's my talk. But if you guys have any questions, I can answer them.
Where next?
Where next?
San Antonio?
Oh, like as far as PlebLab?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a hard question, Teresa. What do you think? I think there's a part of me that wants to open source all of this. There's another part of me that also wants to open source the ideas and like this presentation and how to do your own.
And then we do consulting to help.
And then we do consulting to help. So yeah, I forgot to mention that. Like one of the cool things that come out, Teresa has recently joined PlebLab, and one of the cool things that's come out that is she's helped us figure out this kind of revenue models for these hackerspaces. So consulting is something that we're doing with other places around the world to, so they can figure out their thing. So. Yeah, so.
What do you think about setting up a pipeline between PlebLab or any other hackerspace in an area and the local colleges and universities in the area?
I think you're already doing it, right? Like UD doing the University of Texas blockchain course, right? And then you guys inviting everybody in Austin to go talk over there. And that just started with, one of the meetups at the Commons. So I think that's obvious right now. I'm trying to work the Austin Community College to allow Nifty to teach there, and that's taken a long time. And so I think at some point I just need to go over there and have a conversation with them, because I think we can find some common ground about how we can get a course in there. And that's, when I think about these things, I don't think about them like, oh, how is it, I probably should have, Teresa, but I don't think about like, oh, how's it going to make PlebLab money, or how is it going to, I think about it more like, oh, how do I get Bitcoin adoption to happen faster in Texas?
Well, that's kind of a two-pronged approach, because obviously we need to sustain, but at the same time, at the heart of all the Bitcoiners at PlebLab or the Commons or in Nashville is that giving back and educating and, purporting Bitcoin out to the world. But I think with universities, get back to your question, Topher, that's also a two-pronged approach, because there's the educational route, we're available to teach, and there's the career route. So I've got a little experience working with the career departments at the graduate level, and that's something I'm going to be exploring in the Austin and Dallas areas, just to let them know, first of all, that we exist, that if they get some kind of outlier that says, I'm interested in technology and I'm interested in this particular type of developer path, then we have an answer, and that's good for that university, that educational space, in addition for us, and it kind of speaks to that outer ring of potential adoptees that I talk about. We've got our Bitcoin core people that we need to attract, not just those in Austin, but those who are like, okay, what is PlebLab do, or what is happening in Nashville, or what's happening in Tampa, or here in Atlanta. You've got the core Bitcoiners who still don't know, so you got to talk to them. And then you've got other people who would be developers or technologists and so on. So that's kind of soft out in the next wing. And then beyond that, you've got the more just common everyday people who can take advantage of your space or your education. We've had courses on Nostr and ChatGPT that garnered interest just because that's topical. So you may get somebody who is not going to feed into that flywheel that Carr had up there where they actually become developers. But if you get enough people in the mix, then you're going to be able to hone down into those people who are going to become part of the community, talk about the community, and who knows, be part of the accelerator group that starts cool companies and initiatives for potentially a whole country, like what Francisco and a couple others are working on in Mexico and other places.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that's exactly right. For people that don't know, Teresa started working with PlebLab in March, April, and I think the only reason we're still around is because of her.
No,
if I'm being honest.
it's a team thing.
But yeah, Santos.
What were some of the impressions that you got from seeing the BitLab last night?
Dude, I was so inspired. So inspired. I was telling somebody there, I was like, I didn't realize how much I love like being a part of these things. Me and Topher were like off in a corner, like, dude, like, you writing this down, like mental notes? Because there's a lot of stuff I want to take back to Austin. And then immediately afterwards, I think I was talking to Austin or maybe Jenna afterwards, I was like, I want to go back home. Like, I want to go back home to my own lab and like hang out. That was the second thing. Yeah, Heidi.
Well, I kind of got the same feeling right now from you sharing the presentation of taking some of this stuff back to Arizona. My question is, from like setting up the different types of events, did you have a strategy going in of like, okay, I'm gonna do like startup week, I'm gonna do like the social event, or was it just like, you know, kind of random?
Yeah, I think just listening to the people around me, I've been very blessed that I have a lot of really smart people around me, and all I have to do is just execute on their vision. People always ask, oh, Carr, do you feel like a leader? I'm like, I don't. Like, I do not feel like a leader. I feel like a director. Like, I feel like I'm grabbing a bunch of different talent in a lot of areas and showcasing them. That's what it feels like, kind of running PlebLab. But to your question, I think, yes, I think you kind of have to ask the people around you and ask them what they want to do, what they want to see, and then try to bring it to life. Yeah, Jim?
In his book, his best-selling book, Where Good Ideas Come From by Stephen Johnson, he talks about the role that subcultures and coalitions of very different people and ideas, it makes for great innovation. Can you share maybe one, an example of someone with a cool coalition, like a cool serendipity to do something?
I think Super Tyson is a walking one of those, whatever you just described. Like, he invited Barack after Bitcoin Plus, right? And I don't know if when they had met or if they were talking for long. And then the week after, I didn't know what was going on, but I saw a tweet from Super and it said, like, he quoted the Oppenheimer one. Does anybody remember what he said? It was like I am become JPEG or breaker of JPEGs or something. And I asked him, I was like, Super, what did you do? Because people, like, it's funny, like, somebody else asked me, like, do you control these people? I'm like, dude, I don't control any of them. They do whatever they want. I can't stop Super even if I wanted to. He's just gonna do things. But what came out to your question is like, those collisions is like Barack coming over, talking to Super during Bitcoin Plus, them hitting it off, and then Ordinals breaks. Right? But 2 months earlier, he's showing everybody how to get on board into Ordinals. Those things you don't know that are going to happen, that just randomly happen.
Same question for Keyan.
I mean, I think you and Topher is a pretty excellent example of one. I mean, Austin Logan is another really interesting one. Austin Logan and Super, and think of others, but it's all pretty much everything that's going on is, you could probably say is an example of that, where, I mean, it's just like what people do. It's like we all just have we're all like kind of generic puzzle pieces that we can kind of fit together and make a pretty picture. Yeah. There are enough of us.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, the only thing I would add to that is, I mean, you've kind of said it all. I don't know that I'm there often enough, since I'm only there 1 week out of the month, to see a synergy bubble up. I've seen that working in improv groups, because you get that fun comedy, and all of a sudden you hit your stride, you start coming up with jokes you never thought of before, you couldn't have thought necessarily independently. But what I do see is similar to what Keyan said there at the end. And I personally think it is just only happening at PlebLab, because I'm a total homer for PlebLab, but it probably is happening at other locations, and that's that we all come together to work on projects or come up with creative ideas or to figure out problems or to clean up after a big event or prepare for a big event so that people have a great time and a good experience. It's been amazing to me in the past 5 or 6 months how many people who are aware of PlebLab speak so highly of it, and that says a lot about, Car, what you've contributed, what was built beforehand with the 3 founders, as well as the people who are dedicated and are there at 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. and on the weekends because they're motivated by Bitcoin, they're motivated by each other, and that's kind of an ephemeral thing that you really can't put your hands around, but it truly exists at PlebLab because of the people that you are. And it also, I think, exists and can exist in other special locations, maybe not in every Bitcoin location, because it is a broad community, but generally speaking, because of who Bitcoiners are at their foundation, there's a lot of hope for what you're working on, what you're bringing, and how that's going to positively impact people who have no idea.
Yeah, thank you, Teresa. Also, I think getting, like what you were saying, hearing it from the people that started the Austin Bitcoin movement, like Tor, saying what he says about PlebLab, or like Pierre, or even Jimmy, like for me personally, like I love that. Like that to me is just like, good job, like keep doing it. Like I find that very touching whenever they come around. Cool. Any other questions? Yeah, Andre.
It's been 11 months, right?
Yeah.
If you had a magic wand, you could change one thing. What would you do?
I have like 7 things. Can I pick 7?
The only word you want.
The only word you want? Okay. I would have been more mindful of runway. And I would have started smaller, even at the cost of just staying in Capital Factory, to really extend this. Because I wish I would have listened to the elders around me when they were talking. At that time, I wasn't the leader or the person running things. So a lot of what I've been handed in February was decisions that were past made. Obviously, I was involved in them, but it was different. But yeah, if I had to go back, it would have been like, extend runway at all costs to figure out these revenue streams. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
What do you think about the idea of being a 501c3 in a hackerspace?
If it comes with another wish, like Andre said, then go back, then maybe. But I think there's already people kind of doing that, like OpenSats, and I hear there's rumors of a Texas thing popping up. So
Easy Bitcoin network.
yeah. Okay. If there's no other questions, I think I'm going to end it there.
Thanks, Car. You the man. Guys, we're gonna take a approximately 20-minute break and then do our final panel of the day at 3. Because we need Tidwell, and he's right now in a weird referee outfit on the main stage. Which you should all check out, it's really hilarious.
We got Cam on it to do some more work, right? We got all the moving pieces.
I thought you were gonna go light. You're gonna go easy. Then you got here and you're like, screw that.
Yeah, how can I not?
But I couldn't.
Yeah.
I was afraid that's cool. That's on top right
Everybody's here. It's great.
It's been a good time. It's been a good time. Yeah. Late nights and
You missed the
region. Yeah.
I would have been here, I just couldn't. I got on a flight this morning at 5:30. I almost did it. I was like, no, I have to be there. There's a couple of people I needed to meet. I asked Tidwell if he was in too. If I show up, like, just for like 1 day or whatever. I was like, just. I haven't seen him, by the way.
He's next door in a referee costume.
Oh, is he really? Okay, thank you. I'll look for the zebra.
Yeah. They're having some boring debate. Yeah.
What's the price? What's the grab price?
Over there?
Not for you guys.
What's the grand prize? I don't know. I don't do it for the prizes. I should probably know what the prize is.
You do it for the challenge. Yeah, you do it.
Yeah.
What can I build in such a short time with the team that I have, right?
Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool.
So, yeah.
Were you here for the part that Carl was showing me?
Oh, the
companies? Yeah. Then, Austin. FedEx,
Yeah.
They was just showing.
Oh yeah, they got mega drunk last night. Yeah, they were just like, yeah. They were partying. They had a play. It was good. Nick is super happy because he was going to quit anyway.
He did.
Now he's got like a severance. And
like 2 weeks ago, he told me, he's like, oh, I'm this close. He's like, I'm just going to leave, maybe give it another month. They could sniff it out of him too, probably.
Maybe, I don't know. And they were just giving a bunch of bitch work. I don't know why they weren't utilized.
That's fucking crazy. I know. I mean, I don't know to that extent.
I understand why they lay him off, but it's like, why would you hire someone as a developer, became a developer for salary?
I want to actually make sure I go to
little sex support calls.
I think we're gonna completely like I said, they're like another news source. Did you see it's expired? Put it on the fortress, but everything try to create builders.
Whoever
this might be
Ripple.
Quiet. We have a lot of information.
The company, the custodies, all of swans, polls. I think it's called Fortress.
Oh.
Yeah. So Austin and I were just talking about it, and he's like, when I figured out how creative that was, because they just went so yeah. So Fold used to be, Fold and Swan used to be with Prime Trust, but then they're really the custodian, right? You know, liquidity provider and custodian. So Prime Trust went bust, they're done. So they switched over to what do they call it? Fortress. But now those guys were acquired by Ripple. And Ripple also just announced their intent to go into IPO. What a shit show. So essentially, if you haven't taken your Bitcoin off of Swan or whatever, that means Ripple holds your Bitcoin. Like, what the fuck? Isn't that?
Yeah. Bought by Ripple backers.
Yes.
Who don't have that Bitcoin.
Yeah, no, exactly.
I don't know how to do that.
What
I would have to talk to her.
That just happened today.
I mean, the great thing is them holding it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't change the point at all. No, it's just sad.
But like
It's
trying
sad
to do
that
something on a large scale.
Fold, okay, like, they're just trying to do like
the community, which I think we have.
Swan.
That's gonna suck.
It's awful because they
don't have any control over it.
They don't. Like right now, you're right. You nailed it. And they
Just like you have a mortgage with a bank that you like, and it's like, oh, sorry, we sold your mortgage to this other company.
Wait, but why did? Yeah, you don't get to say anything.
Yeah.
You just get to know.
You just get to know. If you even get to know.
So wild stuff.
Well, that too, but
What?
It's just fun. It's left and right. It's just wild. Because Swan just barely got on trying to explain their prior relationship with Prime Trust because they were really tight. I mean, they were really close.
Well, why can't they just end it themselves?
I don't think the Riverway? Yeah, right. that's how, I mean, if I were to build it from scratch with money, I do have the funding. That's how you do it. So it's honestly, it's companies like ours that makes me really happy with this. We really do have to use a provider, or just start building and get money.
Yeah, so I'm
But
here until Sunday. I plan on Sunday.
Okay, cool. To build the
Are you trying to outside? I think so, but I'm not flying back to Austin.
Yeah.
Flying back to Canada.
Maybe the future is going to show that you really have to be non-historic.
Well, no, I'm.
Oh yeah.
Because you can't custody
agree with
it,
that.
so some other entity has to custody it.
Oh,
and now
yeah.
you just, the more you grow and the more customers you get, you're just growing this honeypot to where some outside investors are just going to come in and buy all up, just so they can have their exposure. You know, because it's like the outside investor don't know the value of holding these, or at least having control over it. So even if you have the best interests at heart, if you're custodying a bunch of Bitcoin, or you're offloading that, first of all, like the fact that your business model involves custody means that you probably won't be able to custody it yourself because there's too much regulation. So you're gonna have to outsource that. And so, yeah, now all that coin can be bought out from underneath you. There's nothing you can do about it. Yeah. What a mess.
Where are you guys heading back? To Austin. Flying out Sunday or Sunday?
How about you? Are you staying with us?
Dude, I think so. I asked Carl, I was like, hey, is there still like a couch or something? He's like, yeah, dude, just come. You know better what the situation. There's a couch. There's not a bed. Right?
I guess there's a couch. I don't know. I haven't really explored the whole house. It's a big house. It's 3 floors.
Okay.
I feel
But
like
everyone so far has a bed.
everyone so far has a bed except for Christian. But maybe there's another couch. I don't know. I honestly haven't really.
There's either another couch or Carl just said come and then we'll fit you in all the beds, like sleep benches or whatever.
I think Carl has a bed.
Oh, plus he snores like super loud. Remember? Oh, yeah. In Florida.
Okay.
Is your lady here?
She is.
Oh, she is? What is she up to?
Right now, I'm not sure where she is. She's probably she wants to learn Rust, so there's like any Rust stuff on this one right now.
What does she do?
Right now, she just does everything. She is a dance scientist. She's also now a computer.
Oh shit! I did not know this. I talked to her like 5 times and I've never asked her this. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So she's really like her main languages are essentially SQL.
Okay.
She knows Python very well.
Wow.
She wants to learn Rust. She wants to get good at that.
Did you guys meet?
We met at Texas Blockchain.
Oh, okay. So she was already kind of I guess in the space or at least curious about.
Yeah, I guess she was curious, but like more curious.
Well, she did get to network.
She's already feeling herself.
That's awesome. Ripple has acquired Fortress Trust, a database chartered trust company with a crypto and Web3 focus. I've been telling Corey for months that his brand is incurring severe reputational damage. If we continue to work with Fortress Trust, he doubled down. Now your coins are custody by Ripple. This shitcoin has been funding to change the code campaign. That's not good. It's just not good.
I mean, there is a bit of a war going on. Like Swan should have seen this coming. That banks are gonna swoop in, and it's not even Ripple's money. I bet it's like other outside money.
Yeah.
They're just using Ripple.
It's not really, you're right.
What are you gonna do next?
For right now, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, to be honest, I'm just gonna hop in from room to room. What about you?
I think I'm gonna do that too. This is the Lightning room, but there's like another room setup with a bike, and you can pedal on the bike and earn sats. Yeah.
That's pretty badass.
And it's pretty crazy, like all the electronics in it.
Do you earn sats based on speed or based on endurance? Okay. Okay. So time.
Well, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know how he's doing the conversion.
Right, I'll throw it away. Okay. I'll have to check this out.
I think that's what I'm gonna do because I keep walking by that.
That's your kind of jam.
It
It's
is.
kind of like the lightning door.
Oh yeah, it's just like hooking up lightning to. the appropriate amount of shares, right?
I want to be here to talk about Satoshi, so there's I was like, okay, cool. No, I was going to talk about it.
We're going to talk about
You're going to talk about your
That's
scam.
why I was invited on the panel.
Tidwell did the first ever Lightning scam.
Are we sharing mics?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's two mics.
Do you want to set the stage?
Sure. I'm Kati. I'm from ZBD. Some of you might know me as PeachyHodl. I'm super pumped to have you guys with me here because I'm so excited to ask everyone on this panel the questions that I have today. Being next to some of these people who are building and doing everything that they're doing on the Lightning Network is really awesome, and I'm really pumped to hear everyone's responses today. We'll also just get started here with introductions, so I'll pass the mic over to Michael and just let us know where you're from, a little bit about what you're doing, and we'll kind of pass it over.
I'm from Atlanta, and I work at ZBD full time. That's my thing, and then as my passion thing that I do once a year is TABConf. So this is like the way I feel like I can back other than ZBD, and yeah, and I feel like I'm one of the first people to use Lightning and get wrecked on it in 2018, and I'm also, I feel like one of the first people to deal with a scaling problem of Lightning, where some of the current software didn't really work so well when it came to, we're talking, tens of thousands or millions of transactions per day. So architecting out some solutions around that has been a fun challenge, and I want to hand it off to my left. Or you already have a mic, I want to hand it back to you.
Awesome. I'm Jesse Schrader, co-founder and CEO at Amboss.space, or Amboss Technologies, and started off as an early node runner, got teamed up with the developer behind ThunderHub, who's here in the audience, and yeah, we offer a Lightning Network Explorer and do data analytics for the Lightning Network.
Cool, I'm Andre, CTO co-founder of ZBD. This is our village. I hope everyone's having fun. Yeah, we build everything on Bitcoin and Lightning and Nostr, you name it. So we're infrastructure providers. Head on over to ZBD.dev and you'll find everything. We have the ZBD app. It's your entry point to Nostr, to Bitcoin, to earning sats, and a lot more in between. I'm sure we'll talk about it.
Hi everyone, I'm Michael Rhee. I'm co-founder of a company called WavLake. We are trying to get musicians onto Bitcoin by helping them earn sats with their music and better connect them with fans that really love that music.
I'm Keyan. I work at Stacker News. Stacker News is like Reddit, but your karma is withdrawable as Bitcoin.
Okay, awesome. You guys done some brief introductions, but this is all about building on Lightning. So if you could go into a little bit more detail on some projects that maybe you're working on right now, and everyone in the audience can kind of learn a little bit more about what you do.
The projects or the project, or like specific initiatives?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Long list.
Too much rope to hang myself. We play around a lot with sats and like figuring out what content is good, and so we do a lot with that. We think there's like something kind of interesting there. Like, can you figure out? Can you find signal somehow in spending? Can spending tell you with more certainty than anything else that someone values something? And I think it's kind of obviously true. But like, how do you what happens when you can discover spending and associated things?
How exactly are you doing that? You mean like when people zap posts, then they go to the top, and that's valuable content, or?
Yeah, sort of like that. It's basically spending as a signal that someone finds something valuable, zapping being one form of spending, but there are multiple forms of spending on Stacker News. Like you can boost your post artificially in the feed. You can do things like your posts and comments will get more expensive in certain cases depending on your activity. So yeah, that answers.
Can I ask a follow-on?
Yes.
Web of Trust is an interesting
Yeah.
dynamic on Stacker News.
Yeah, I did a workshop on Web of Trust that fortunately many of you weren't here to see, and but we use Web of Trust. We think trust is kind of interesting. It's like the original social network actually. Web of Trust. I think it even predates possibly the internet. And it's, without centralized servers, they were trying to determine how do I trust another person's PGP key that I haven't met. And so from that sprung Web of Trust and associated research. And there's just a bunch of cool stuff in there that I think will get applied so well to things like Nostr. I'm really hoping to see more of that there because I think it just maps super well into a decentralized context. That's one of the reasons I like it, is because it provides this kind of personalized point of view that you might not otherwise get when you abstract things into a graph.
Yeah. So what we're trying to do at WavLake is, as many of you might be aware, artists have a hard time making a living with their music these days, whether it's through touring or whether it's through being on streaming sites that pay them very little for the music that's being played. We're trying to create a way for artists to be able to publish their music in an open way that's available not just on our website, but on any player that a developer or another company might want to create. And enabling that music to be paid in sats directly from the listener who's enjoying it. It's not intended to be purely altruistic, but there is an element of, hey, I like this. Imagine, the way I describe this to people who aren't familiar with Bitcoin or sats is, imagine if a like on Twitter was worth a fraction of a penny. And imagine if there were millions of those likes happening on a regular basis, then you can sort of see at scale how valuable this could be to an individual artist who, might get 1,000 views on Spotify or 1,000 plays on Spotify. If they go viral. If they go viral, or if those listeners choose to super like something. I'm a music fan. I'm a record collector. I make economically unsound decisions all the time because I like a certain band, like paying $30 for a vinyl copy of a record. I mean, that makes no economic sense, but it means something to me. I like having the physical merchandise, and I like knowing that, at least in my small way, I'm helping to keep this band going, because I want them to keep making more stuff. But in the sort of the larger scheme is we'd love to see royalty accounting be more efficient. We'd love to see a world where sampling is a lot easier to do without having to jump through a lot of licensing and publishing hoops, just to have standard open licenses that are defined in a way where Bitcoin could just be this programmatic payment layer where the music that you're sampling or the music that you're playing on your podcast just has very clear, simple rules about how those creators should be reimbursed based on your usage. But yeah, ultimately what we want to see is more music, a wider variety available to more people in a way that's unique to their taste or geared or driven by their taste. Because similar to the Web of Trust model, what we want to see happen on Nostr is, you have this idea of public identity. It doesn't have to be necessarily tied to your real identity, but you could have a scenario where you're publishing your zaps to certain artists, and those artists could know, like, here are my top 100 supporters. I can open up pre-sales for my concerts to these 100 supporters, or do an exclusive live stream, etc. You see where this is going. Yeah, so that's kind of the gist of what we're trying to achieve.
Awesome.
I'll go on the B2C side. So we talked a little bit earlier about our APIs, so I'm not going to go into that. If you want to power anything with Lightning, we're here for you. On the cool stuff that we're doing, or new things, or trying novel mechanics to introduce sats, something that's very near and dear to us is the majority of our user base is not Bitcoiners, right? We're trying to appeal to a wider audience that may see Bitcoin as this very far distant, complex, scan-like thing. And so you need to introduce it in a different way. The majority of people out in the world and how they get Bitcoin is you first sign up for an exchange, you give them your entire life's information, you put $1 or whatever currency in your country into the exchange, you wait for that, then you buy the Bitcoin, and then that's it, right? You did it, great, you have Bitcoin. What do? You don't know. It's so risk on, right? You have to come in with value to exchange it. What the ZBD app tries to do is flip that on its head. You come in with 0 and you earn sats. It's all about earning sats and making it simple. So if you're earning sats, it's kind of like earning your paycheck. You're much more willing to spend it. But if I'm buying Bitcoin, it becomes this investment thing that I want to hold. But the ZBD app is the perfect way for you to get started if you're a non-Bitcoiner or a Bitcoiner too. It's just, you have games, surveys, you have social, which is our entire Nostr experience. You can zap each other, right? And it's a really sort of free and open space for people to interact, and sats are just part of it. You don't have to come in and deposit $100 to do something, right? It's just, it's a very frictionless way to get involved with Bitcoin. And once you want to go down the proverbial rabbit hole, we're all here for you, right? We have a bunch of guides, a bunch of knowledge base articles for you to do that. So we help people walk into Bitcoin, and we find that it's the best user experience so far. So if anyone wants to try that out, check the ZBD app, zbd.gg, yeah, that's what we're doing.
We've got invite codes too for social, so if you want to check it out, come see me back here.
Awesome. At Amboss, we're keenly focused on decentralizing the globe's payment network and the payment system. Right now, we've got Visa and MasterCard with over 52% of all transactions flow through their network at a cost of, say, 3%. When we have the Lightning Network, which allows people to access seamless finance at a cost that's 1,000 times less than traditional payment and settlement systems. So for us, like, how do we deliver this service to the world? One, they run a node, but there's a steep learning curve. So our job is really to deliver data-driven expertise on how to operate your node, and using crowdsourced data to actually be able to deliver those services. We also operate a marketplace, which we call Magma, which allows people to buy and sell Lightning channels. So if you want to run a business, you want to receive payments, you're going to need to buy Lightning channels from the marketplace. If you want to earn non-custodial yield on your Bitcoin, you're going to be on the sell side, and you'll be selling Lightning channels because you already have some expertise about how to operate a node. So matching those two up, and what we're working on is trying to eliminate the excuse of saying, I don't want to manage channels as a barrier to running a Lightning node. And so that's the key focus for us.
Hey, everybody. I think the question was like, what project am I working on? Well, Andre did a pretty good job with ZBD app. Check it out. And I mean, in terms of like, I guess a personal project, there is this amazing AAA game called Satoshi Settlers. That is a block explorer, essentially. It's a game where you have to figure out how the game works, because the UX is so terrible, but it's like a fun puzzle on trying to figure out what the hell's going on when you go to this website. And yeah, if you want to check out the cutting edge future of block explorers, go to satoshisettlers.com and check it out. And if you don't, I mean, it's like, are you even a Bitcoiner?
What are some of the cool game mechanics of Satoshi Settlers?
The question for the audience, the very important question was, can you please tell me why your game is so great and talk about the mechanics? I would push back and say, I don't really want to talk about it. I want the user to explore it for themselves, if that's okay.
Go check it out. Okay, so we've been talking about what you guys are doing. So I'm interested to know, as you've been working on these really great projects, and have you guys had any obstacles? And as people are also maybe builders in the audience or want to start building, what are some obstacles that you faced, and how did you pivot or overcome those obstacles? It's just kind of a piece of advice.
I mean, I think the generic problem for a lot of Bitcoin companies is getting people to spend Bitcoin. And maybe, just, I think spending it, it's not specifically a Bitcoin problem, it's like a general business problem. Like, how do you create something so valuable someone's willing to spend money on it? But a lot, in my case, I'm building a product where people normally get what they get from me for free. And so how do I convince them to spend? And Andre had a good point earlier, and it's you somehow allow them to earn more than they might spend, and that's you can kind of create this kind of circular thing, and perhaps you're pulling in money from outside sources somehow. We have ads, we have a job board, but that kind of goes in, and on net people are earning instead. And so I think spending, WavLake had the similar kind of problem. How do you encourage spending? Channel buying. How do you get? So it's really, I think that's the generic problem I'll share that I had.
Yeah, I think in addition to that, we introduced our idea to a bunch of artists very early on, who, some understood Bitcoin, most had no idea. So I would get emails very early on, like, okay, what is the difference between this and Ethereum? Is a sat a token that you're creating? Like really just fundamental rudimentary questions about what exactly this technology is all about. So I think that's been one of the biggest challenges, is onboarding new artists and persuading them, or not even pushing too hard, but just explaining to them that this is a low risk endeavor. If you have some music that you want to share with the world and people like it, you can earn some money doing that. But there are a bunch of sort of mental hurdles that people need to jump in order to get to that point. I think you've said this before to me, and it sort of rings true. You should meet the users where they are. I'm sure everyone at ZBD has heard this many times. But it resonates with me because I can relate to having that experience talking artists through, because ultimately our site, our platform is nothing without a lot of artists with a lot of great music who are enthusiastic about what we're doing. On the sort of spending side of it, that's also a challenge. Some of the ways we've tried to go about that is there's a kind of a gamified experience in terms of, as a fan, we have a top 40 chart. And so if you want to see someone move up that chart, then you can send them a few sats. We've seen a handful of artists earn a decent amount of money in the last few months based on that kind of fan enthusiasm, which is really encouraging to see. But like similar to what people are doing in Stacker News, where they're encouraged to create unique, interesting posts. We want to do similar things with creating interesting playlists, creating interesting recommendations for people that you can also earn cents for.
Are you going to talk about the infrastructure challenges, Tidwell? Or?
I can.
Yeah, you should go into that. So I'm going to skip that part. I think so selling Bitcoin is hard. Yes, sure. I think that's one of the biggest things. Like, is it a token? Is it a scam? All that. I think Tidwell's going to touch on infrastructure, but being at the cutting edge of technology, especially money technology, is very tough. You're not just trying to do, hey, here's new tech. It's also like, screw all your understanding of money, flip it upside down, and here you go. And you're just expecting them to accept it, right? So I think that's pretty hard. This is so boring, but as a regulated fintech in the US, I will say that one of the hardest things for us has been to be able to walk this uncertain landscape of bureaucracy and all this kind of stuff. Like you never know where they're going to change some law or do something that will put your entire business in jeopardy, right? Next month actually, we're going to get 4 years of ZBD next month, which is insane to think about. But we've been in this journey with regulators and bankers and all this stuff since then, and we're not there yet, right? So it is an incredible challenge, and unfortunately not many companies, and they make it prohibitively expensive, right? So not many companies can actually get to the point of filing paperwork and doing these sorts of things, and so it puts startups in a position where they have to pick and choose their regulatory compliance nature, and it's very uncertain these days. And I know it's not the hottest topic, but it is a very topic of concern in general if you're a regulated institution in the US. The only other thing I would say to add to that is, again, it's about the cutting edge. It's literally, you're having to teach people about new models, and you have to meet the customer where they are. So selling someone Nostr because it's decentralized communication may mean jack nothing to them. Selling Nostr because it connects to other apps, that kind of sells, right? But selling, earning sats playing games is one thing, but putting Bitcoin into games is a whole other world. So it's very, very important that you're able to demystify like all of our products to a level that meets the customer and they see the value. And you may have to tweak that per customer base, right? So if you're a crypto person, I have to sell you something slightly different than if you're never heard of this entire world. So like meeting the customer, to your point, and then the regulatory piece is super important. But I'll let Tidwell talk about infrastructure after, which honestly is probably the biggest one.
Andre, you touched on so much there.
Sorry.
And you were spot on. I think like the key component of running a business is just risk management. For us as Bitcoin founders, sourcing capital to support our operations in this complete infancy of a time. Like, we're so early. I know this is like a meme, but like how are we going to find revenue to support our operations, because all the VCs have to answer to their investors. So, okay, like how are these businesses performing? Which means that for us as operators, we only have a limited amount of runway, and how are we going to strategically deploy our resources to survive as businesses, maintain some level of compliance, to be able to justify our continued operations. It's a difficult challenge, as well as we have so much education work to do to help people understand the importance of our work and how to get them using our products, using our services, to make all of these things work together. Finding revenue, delivering products, scaling a team. There's an unlimited amount of challenges.
Just talk about us.
All right.
Talk about us breaking everything.
So, how much time I got? All right, so you said not long. All right, all these people, you took all the time. What the heck? All right, so look, it's been rough out there. All right, the software doesn't even work half the time. You upgrade your software, all your channels get closed. You're like, what the heck is going on? Is this even a real thing? Did we really build a company around this software that barely works, and then people give us crap about being custodial? It's like, dude, have you ever used Lightning at scale? Go screw yourself. And it's just like, the software is getting way better, but it's super immature. What just happened with 17.2, right, with OMD? Like, everyone is complaining about their channels getting force closed, right? And And that's just the software side. And the infrastructure side is a whole new can of worms. And this is like a software design pattern that isn't necessarily common. I mean, we're talking about software that is super hard to make where your infrastructure becomes cattle, because we're talking about specific Bitcoin locked up in specific nodes with specific channels with specific people with specific settings, and commoditizing and catalyzing. When I say cattle, I just mean nodes that don't have any sort of emotional meaning to you. You can kill them and spin them up as needed. Versus right now, Lightning nodes are very much pets. They're a house pet. You have to feed them every day, water them. They take a lot of maintenance and care versus what I would like a Lightning node to be. And a lot of people have built, certain infrastructure that wraps node implementations because of some current shortcomings via either scale or security. And going back to the software, I mean, Matt Corallo, gave a talk last year about 5 ways Lightning is broken. And I'm sort of the opinion that one of the main reasons Lightning is succeeding as much as it is right now is because we don't have a whole lot of malicious people on Lightning right now compared to what we could have. I mean, there's a lot of people out there that could get super wrecked and stolen from, and there's just not a whole lot of coordinated attacks going on right now that could be going on, which is kind of like, maybe even the hackers are like, this is too much work, like, who knows, but, so yeah, to answer your question, the problems, I mean, Andre obviously did it, everyone did a great job talking about problems, but the actual technical problems are, over the last 3 years, it just seems like we keep finding new technical problems, unfortunately, and I imagine there will be a year in the 20s, hopefully, like 20-something, where it's like, oh, by the year 2026 or 7, it's like we finally don't have like known exploits with Lightning, It's like, hey, okay, but right now we sort of have these attack patterns that you sort of have to build layers of security around. So those have been, for me, the hardest problem so far.
So this is my last question, and we'll do, I'm sure you guys in the audience may have some questions for everyone up here. But we're going to end kind of more on a positive note on advancements coming up, and what kind of advancements in Bitcoin and the Lightning Network are you guys excited about that can help builders in this space? Sure.
Okay, I'll work our way down. To be honest, there's so many things being proposed for Lightning upgrades. I know this doesn't sound bad, but I hardly pay attention to them until it looks like they're actually going to get implemented. Like we talk a lot about any PlebLab, we talk a lot about L2 and all this mumbo jumbo, wumbo bubbo, and it's just like until it actually looks like it's about to cross the finish line within a couple months or something, or it's there's some sort of software BIP kind of voting mechanism going on where it's like, hey, like I can actually track this thing, and like maybe I really need to dig in and read the BIP and like really understand this. I mean, it's sort of exhausting. I actually, to be honest, Andre and Jesse might be way more qualified to answer these questions than me, but one thing that I would be very, very much a fan of, I'm not necessarily going to be super excited about splicing or any of that kind of stuff. What I'm really excited about is how can we potentially get like a Seglet V2 super channel factory of like a cross snore sig ag of like, hey, we're gonna open up 10,000 Lightning channels with one signature. Like that's what I want. I want to see like how does Lightning actually scale? Like I don't really think Lightning right now scales. I think it hypothetically scales, but with all these forced closes and all these people opening and closing channels and doing all these use cases that weren't possible beforehand, like sending one set transactions and things that were like are way below the dust limit. Well, in my opinion, what Lightning's actually doing in practicality is not scaling the network, it's creating more demand for the network, and it's creating new use cases that weren't even possible before Lightning. So you're creating all this new demand for new types of transactions that weren't possible before, Meanwhile, a lot of the old types of transactions are still, that demand's still hot as well. So now these channels are super useful. Now that we're creating more of this, on-chain demand for these new style transactions. I think in the future, Lightning is going to be very, very scale-worthy, but I don't really see it at the moment in practicality, at least. So I'm interested in the future. I'm like, you need to look at the core devs at TABConf and be like, yo, bro, when SegWit V2? When cross-site ag? When are we going to get these things that the long-beard Greg Maxwell promised us a long time ago? Not to say he did, but I'm kind of joking. But we've been talking about these things since 2016 and 17, and it's like I want these things that we've been talking about. So, all right.
As far as advancements go, really I'm looking at the ecosystem because we've been building tools that make it easier for businesses to start operating, and we've had, when we first really started going, there was PlebNet. This is the Lightning Network. It's a whole bunch of hobbyists running nodes, but that demographic is changing pretty rapidly, and it's going to happen quick. So, are we ready for a maturation of the ecosystem? And that means answering some of the business needs of accounting and liquidity at scale and who these connections are. So how can we be ready, because the interest is growing as far as generating yields. I mean, now there's starting to get some of the Wall Streeter folks going in there with an ETF. I mean, it feels like the start of the institutional wave for Bitcoin, and can we be ready for that?
I was going to talk about some technical stuff, splicing and ARC and whatever. But to Tidwell's point, it's still very academic and theoretical, some of it. We finally actually got splicing, going, and that's pretty cool, and I love to see that go to all the implementations. I think there's lots of benefits, but personally, being that we provide APIs for developers, and we also build products ourselves on top of Lightning, what I'm very interested in and looking forward to, and it's something that we work day in, day out in Santos with hackathons and teachings and etc. in our recent partnership with PlebLab. It's we keep talking about Bitcoin as this low-level, super complicated thing. The majority of developers out there are not here. They are app developers up here, right? One of our jobs is to demystify, simplify, dumb it down, however you want to call it, and make it easy for people to get started. When we got started company in 2019, but in 2018 when we were running Lightning nodes, that was very complicated, and to run just I just want to make a Lightning payment, right? It's many, many steps to just do that from an app. Now it's an API call, right? Whether it's ZBD or any other provider, right? That's a thing. It's one API call and you're done. And so I really, really look forward to the 6 billion types of experiences that get created that we have not even thought of. I use this example a lot, and it's maybe overused, but the folks building the first versions of the internet were not thinking that we were going to stream 4K video games from Japan to Brazil. That's not what they built the internet for, and it just became that because it evolved, whether through layers, whether through software, whatever it is. We have not even scratched the surface of what Lightning is going to do. We're now combining it with other open networks like Nostr for communication and identity. This is going to explode, and we have not seen any of it. So I really look forward to Bitcoin and Lightning becoming yet another part of the app developer stack, the same way that they have their database in Postgres, their authentication doing this, they're going to have their payments with Bitcoin, right? And then it's everywhere, and because it's open money, you're going to take your money from Spotify, send to your Chase account, and then send to your other podcasting app, and send to your WavLake, send to Stacker News, send to it literally, the list goes on, right? It's unstoppable money. So I can't wait for the wave of app devs to come. When they actually come, we will all know, because there will be a plethora of apps left and right. And it's coming. We're seeing it firsthand because people are just signing up and building experiences, but I look forward to the 10x and 100x magnitude gains in the next couple of years.
Yeah, I'm very much coming at it from the angle of that app developer space that I think you're describing. Our company is not necessarily focused on the low-level infrastructure, making sure this thing can scale. Obviously, those are very important things to us. Those need to happen in order for us to be successful, in order for the whole space to be successful. But you know, I'm really excited about, in terms of what is happening on Lightning. I think Nostr is a great example of, it's just like a perfect marriage of this internet money with this social network that happens to just work really nicely together. What I've been seeing with some of the new nodes being running on mobile phones or in browsers, I know it's all very kind of early still, but that's also exciting to see the potential that there might be some more options for people who want to run nodes that aren't necessarily as technically savvy. Some of the LSP services that are popping up, Amboss, others, who are helping to provide that liquidity that's going to help enable users to be able to send payments with fewer failures, with higher level of success rate. Like that, all of that is going to translate into better experiences for people. And ultimately, I think if this is useful and people become drawn to it because of that utility, we have no choice but to make it work. We have to figure out a way to make this scale. But I think if the demand is there, I think I'm optimistic that we can figure out some way to make it work.
Yeah, I think they said so many cool things. I think the only thing I would add is that I'm pretty excited about the non-custodial ramping up. I think it's getting better and better. I think the connections for app developers to non-custodial sources are getting better. You have LNC just came out. It's gotten quite mature. It came out about a year ago. It's gotten quite mature. Now we have Nostr Wallet Connect. So you pretty much don't even need something like LNC unless you're quite concerned about certain things. So I think that and the splicing, I think that is making non-custodial mobile nodes just super easy to use. If any of you haven't used Phoenix yet, I highly recommend giving it a try. And one channel for everything. It's amazing. I think it's just like a peek into the non-custodial future we might have. I'm really excited about that.
Okay, awesome. We'll take it to you guys to see if you have any questions for anyone up on the panel.
Don't all raise your hands at once.
Sort of an extension of what you guys just discussed. I'd love to know maybe one thing from each of you, probably that's not technology, maybe it's macro, regulatory, whatever it is, the thing that you're most bullish on as the next big unlock for adoption of Bitcoin.
I don't know, they said the accounting thing recently, the FASB was pretty bullish, right? Like a bunch of FASB, a bunch of companies are waiting for that. I think that's pretty good. Yeah, I hate being the guy, but like I'm sure the ETF will also play its role in making Bitcoin more appealing to general folks out there. Yeah, I don't know. Does anyone have? Oh, sorry.
I think some of the getting clarity around the tax implications of small transactions would be pretty interesting. I don't know what you guys think of this, but I mean, you guys sound like you have lawyers. But I like that. I don't know. Like, what does it mean that people are zapping? What does it mean that people are spent to sat on something? I think if there was a threshold defined, I think it would make a lot more people feel more comfortable using these things.
I'm going to steal something that I heard last night over drinks from someone. There is a generation that is growing up right now where Bitcoin has always existed. I think that's a pretty powerful element to people's understanding of it as just a thing that exists in the world. For us, like the same way gold, oxygen, it's an element. Obviously this takes a little time to play out, but I think that's a really an interesting idea that there is a generation that is going to be going to universities, going into the workforce, creating things, spending money, buying homes, what have you, that all just are Bitcoin native, so to speak. And I think that could mean a lot.
The 16-year-old next to you was 2 years old when the iPhone came out. And they were also 2 years old when Bitcoin came out. So it's got to count to something, right? And they're all gamers, so they love ZBD.
I think for me, it's network effects. All of us are playing our small part on moving this whole system forward, but it unlocks an exponential function where this truly can transform our world, our ecosystem, how global finance works.
I don't have anything. I think I'm like technical, like in my opinion, you build it, they will come. I think it's all tech for me. Like if the tech is robust enough, then it doesn't matter what anyone else thinks.
Cara had a question.
Yeah, I throw it back to you, Andre. You asked me earlier. You had one wish you could go back to.
Shit. I don't know. One?
Just one.
Maybe like. Sorry, I'm putting me on the spot.
What is the question?
The question is, Cara had a presentation, and then I asked the question, if you had one wish, like a magic wand, you could do one thing differently, what would you do? I don't know. Focus a bit more on education earlier on, I guess. Maybe it's something, that's kind of a weak one, to be honest. Hire more Tidwells around, you know.
Please.
Yeah.
Sinking all of our seed money into Bitcoin when it went $3,400.
Yeah, okay, that's a pretty good one, yeah. And Tidwell even asked me, he was like, did we do it? I'm like, yeah, some. He's like, some or all? Some.
I was pretty bullish.
Yeah, that's fair. Maybe that would be one of them, yeah.
How about not spending all that time fixing CSGO servers?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. We've done so many different things, like we managed so many CSGO servers in 2021. That's not even a core part of the business. So maybe spend less time on that, yeah. I don't know. Oh, questions? Oh wait, hold on, over here. Oh, okay, go there, Matt.
I feel like we had some, it's fair to do the negative talk about things that go wrong, but what are you guys most excited about that you're building or thinking about building, or it could be just like a protocol upgrade kind of happy stuff?
I mean, we're messing around a lot around with ranking and Web of Trust and seeing what's there. I'm just really excited about like economies in a digital space. Like, what the heck is there? I just have this feeling that there's like so much there, like so much of like real human economic activity that we can map into the digital world. And I don't necessarily mean it in a metaverse way, but I just mean there's like, I think there's something cool there. So that's like that's generally what I'm excited about.
What are you excited about?
Unfortunately, I feel like I'm repeating myself. I mean, cross-sig ag, B2, Taproot stuff, I'm excited about that. I mean, that's like, I don't know if we're ever going to get it, but I'm excited maybe about getting it. And obviously Satoshi sellers. I mean, it's like that. I thought that was pretty obvious that the best use case for Bitcoin is satoshisellers.com. And yeah, if you're a real Bitcoiner, you'll go to the website and explore the Bitcoin blockchain as a purist through a Ulam spiral.
I own a block in that.
There you go.
Another one that got scammed.
For us, it's liquidity automation. It will mean that there will be more businesses where you can spend your sats, if that's what you want to do, and not have to pay Visa every single time you do it. It's going to be huge for us.
Streamlining the process of onboarding people into this new world of internet. We have a bunch of new posters, talks about internet citizen. That's kind of the gist of it, right? Where there's global money, and the internet is a global thing. There's now global communications, identity, software, so it's about being a global citizen, an internet citizen, and not like a, belonging to a specific nation state. So yeah, making it trivial for you to onboard onto that side. That would be my answer.
Did you want? Oh yeah, just quickly. I'm excited about what people are going to be doing now that they can remix content and create their own versions of either music or like create shows around music and enable people to be able to support the artists that they're featuring or that they're remixing. I think there's a lot of potential there where we can start building on top of these blocks that we've created.
Yeah, so for you guys as builders in the Bitcoin space, how do you find the balance between building out like features and functionalities for the Bitcoin ecosystem versus a more general population?
I don't necessarily think about the general population too much. I feel like I don't even serve Bitcoiners terribly well, and so that's mostly what I think about. It's like how do I serve this one group that I actually am like a Morris towards, but fully rather than spread my love across a bunch of other groups. That's the way I think.
So the question is, how do you create products that are both good for Bitcoiners and people who know nothing about Bitcoin?
Yeah. How do you find the balance between the two, if any?
Yeah, I think we take the approach very much of you need to know nothing about this in order to enjoy it. I think I like to have a sort of a big tent approach to it where this should be a tool for anyone. And so I believe that we need to lower the barrier and the intimidation factors as much as possible and just make this seem as normal as anything else. Yeah.
2 points there. I think one, what we did at least is we created an open source arm. It's incredibly hard to continue building a product that is closed source, for example, and it's meant to be revenue generating, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, but also it has a perfect alignment with the ethos of open source Bitcoin, right? It's incredibly hard. We contribute from as little as opening GitHub issues on implementations that are failing to building full-blown open source software ourselves, but and that's what we have with NBD, and that's that side, but it's incredibly hard. But for me, it's more like, as much as we all love Bitcoin and as much as I love open source, etc., my take is if Bitcoin is not adopted, it almost doesn't matter, right? Like Bitcoin needs to be in people's hands. Like they need to have experiences, apps, whatever, software, money, like they need to be using Bitcoin in their own ways instead of just talking about Bitcoin or instead of helping. Like that's all great and noble, but if we're still here with 100 people in a room in 5 years, then we failed. It's a niche little thing that didn't go anywhere. Whoa, SatoshiSettlers.com.
Okay. It's a small conference, right?
Yeah. Oh no, I wasn't talking about that.
100 people in the room is a good size.
Yeah, it's tough, especially to find resources, right, to work on that.
It's an interesting question because it's just a continuous struggle. I mean, there's a battle going on both ways. Remember, before you got into Bitcoin, to have a polite conversation, you probably wouldn't talk about religion or politics or money. Well, that last piece is pretty fundamental to the whole reason we get together is to talk about money. And it's going to be a struggle because if we're building for Bitcoiners, money is front and center, and we can make the sexiest product imaginable for money. But for most of the rest of the world, they want the money to disappear. somehow into the background. So having to walk that line and recognize that we have a different customer set with Bitcoiners than we have for the rest of the global economy.
I don't have a good answer for you, but one thing that it makes me think of is, are these, the general population, the Bitcoin population, does the Bitcoin population get more market share because people are using products that are like using Bitcoin behind the scenes, or are these people getting rugged by their fiat systems and they are saying, hey, this Bitcoin thing seems pretty appetizing? So I think for me, what's like a more interesting kind of like, since I don't have a good answer, but what I think about, like the interesting thing I think about is, okay, what does it look like to convert that general population to be a Bitcoiner population in the first place? So.
Cool. Anyone else? Good. All right. Thank you guys so much for coming.
Thank you.
Only if they're all Satoshi Sato's users.
What's up, Sean? Hey, man. How you doing? I was like, I know this guy. How you doing? Good. How about yourself? Good, good. No, actually, so I'm happy to be here for the first time.
Oh, I forgot. I was debating. I was doing the drive change of debate all the rest. I mean, football betters are a lot of people say they like
It's awesome. It's awesome. I mean, I feel like I maybe absorb 50% of it. It's like through osmosis, it'll creep in.
I think there's a good mix of that.
Yeah, I think.
Because it's a lot. So I get to is not this, but it's okay. It's still good to be around it. Verbiage and that's like mostly just. So you didn't go to Riga?
Sadly not. Did you?
So like I'm talking about.
No, we're actually
you're building a Bitcoin product. First 2 years.
So right now, it's like super like it's and
Where Mexico?
Mexico City.
For your business.
I went the first time in March.
This
for a week.
Very hard to
I fell in love. Yes. Oh man, we were in.
That's the one. So I went to sporting.
Oh yeah. Oh nice. So cool. I came home so actually I called my wife and said, we're going as family we're gonna go. It was actually work. So I was there for an offsite for 4 days, and so we did, kind of the cliche things, but I loved it. We did we hired a guy, a local brilliant guy who's great at his job, and he took us on a discount taco tours. We did, basically ate, drank, and worked. And so we didn't do any of the sort of sites, but
Then you go live in
absolutely.
I was born in
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought you were saying Mexico City. Oh, okay,
I was born in Guadalajara.
I mean, it's what, 20 million people, so I guess it's like, it's more about the neighborhood, I suppose, but what was not to interrupt you, but I don't know what I expected. It's obviously a massive landmass. And I expected, am I going to have Manhattan-style density? It was so cool. It was so great. We were in a little boutique hotel. We were about a block away, had rented an entire floor, co-working space.
That's great. And pretty safe, right? I mean, would you say you felt
100%. And we
first time she's like, is it gonna be safe? I mean, you're gonna stand out, of course.
Yeah.
But other than that, you're gonna be fine.
I mean, like for example, one night, not necessarily out of this, but we had way too much to drink, and it was 4 guys, but we were coming home like 2, coming back to the hotel at about 2 a.m. We wandered through a couple of parks that we probably shouldn't have, but nobody asked us. I mean, I'm sure, like our guide Julio told us that there were, we were on the edge of one area, and he said, okay. He pointed over to a park, and he said, behind that park, people are chopping car park. You know, they're chopping cars for parts. He said, like, don't go there. So I feel like, I don't know, it's just, read the room, pay attention to where you're going, don't wander where you shouldn't go. So I loved it. Yeah. Way over there. So the party is when?
So it's on the 21st, 22nd. We're doing fun exits on our website.
Awesome. And is it sort of partners and investors?
Yes. You know, a lot of partners.
Education, fellow travelers, you're bringing them all in, yeah.
Bitcoin from El Salvador during the party.
Awesome.
It's
just announced. What was that?
Yes, it's Grupo Salinas.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, which to me that's big.
It's big. I don't know why it hasn't had the impact I was showing. Okay. And the same thing happened during the Bitcoin conference. So at Miami, they announced that it had this partnership. And it was really wide. So that's one of the things we're hoping to promote. I'll see you around, okay? Yeah. Thanks, brother.
Well, and I was talking to a few people about this, in that it's fascinating. I mean, you guys obviously are in an incredibly unique position to see this, which is how historically unique that the United States is finding itself soon to be a desert surrounded by oases of Bitcoin adoption.
Isn't that crazy?
It's crazy.
I agree. Mexico will probably take longer than Central America because of the proximity. So it's a big challenge. It's a huge challenge. It's almost as if, as long as the U.S. is strong,
you're weighted down by that.
However, and we changed our strategy over the last year.
Because I saw you last in March, I think.
So since then, we're still and we discover we think it's going to
shared values, and then decided to build a company. That's probably like a better. Maybe the step.
We're bullish on the next steps. We'll see, right?
Yeah.
So that's like I do.
Effectively outsource that too. You know, it's what you're going to build it.
Yeah, even those really.
You know what Andre's like about?
College friend.
We need people to use it.
No, he said that. The way
Bye bye live stream. We love you.
Really, really spot on. The almost tangibility.
It is. So if you don't have, a 5 or 7-year-old interest,
Well, if you just think about it, like
it processes.